full wide, low, dense, full wide, low, dense, full wide,
unstoppable. You're coming unstoppable. And you cannot be one of us. You are not one of us. You are not one of us. Coming unstoppable. You are not one of us.
야 에이밍 칼 꼽게 형 아트 구체에서 던져.
그럼 처음에 템포고 갈게. 미드.
야 그냥 뒷 던질게.
세트 웅켰다.
เฮ้ยโดนสแกนว่ะ
에이
อ่ะ
스카이
เธอจะอย่าเฮ้ยโดนสแกนว่ะสวยนี่กัน
미카비라 비 미카비라
엘보 클리어 무시키지.
미드 나눠서
멋있게,
조심.
멋있게.
아 설할게. 중간 설할게. 중간 설.
형이 장관 안 뗄게 그냥.
Spike
เอาไปวาง
planted.
ว่าตีหามันให้นะ
ต้องชี้ก่อนดีกว่า
벽 펴놓을래 명원아? 벽 펴놔.
지현이 펴줄게.
야, 도끼빨 먼저 해라.
아 도입발 먼저 할게. 그냥 장관 뗄게 이거.
엘보 클리어 시켰다. 이거 앞에 벽신 그냥.
도입발 하나 까놨어. 하나 까놨어.
เฮ้ยโดนสแกน
못 풀어 못 풀어.
확인 확인.
못 풀어 못 풀어.
질렀다 질렀다.
เฮ้ยโดนสแกนไม่มีมีด
ลบร้อยหลังเสาตัวนึงครับร้อยห้า
กูไม่ได้โดนพวกท่าน
เฮ้ยเฟล
민다.
왼쪽 질렀어 왼쪽. 사이트 들어 먼쪽.
바라편아 พึ่ 봐봐
앞으로 바로 왼쪽이었어.
나이스.
오.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on week 4 right now. I'm your host, Victoria Cheng. We've got Quack here. We've got how are you feeling
How
today?
do you not know my name?
I'm so sorry, Paper Thin.
Yeah.
Mr. Paper Thin. How you doing? How you feeling? You look great.
Yeah.
You look great.
Yeah, of course I'm great. Can't you tell? Like,
Yeah.
come on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't look at me in the eye. No eye contact. No eye contact.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, yesterday's games were kind of spicy. It was hilarious. I'm just so distracted by Clinton.
Do you
right
belong
now.
to Clinton's like mafia?
Yeah.
I'm part of the esports mafia, so yeah.
Esports
I mean,
mafia?
I don't know if you guys are
I'm just
ready,
a recruit.
but you know, maybe later we can talk. And
We're gonna be talking about some serious
yeah.
draft picks.
Maybe when you guys get your predictions.
I have to, yeah.
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 That's
yeah.
right.
This
Yeah.
is.
I need to impress my boss here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, before we get to any of that, we need to talk about the schedule. So Pacific heard your cries for a change in the schedule, so the changes were made. As you can see here, we are starting an hour earlier, starting week 5, which is next week. Korea time, 5 p.m. instead. Mondays, we're going to start an hour later. And then when we get into Super Week and playoffs, we go back to 5 p.m. start time.
Yeah, Riot, you know, the fans just made Riot an offer they couldn't refuse.
Yeah. So we heard you. We heard you guys. Yeah, so I hope you guys will be happy with these changes. If not, I don't really know what to tell you. I think this is great. I think it's good for the players because, you know, for the second match of the day, sometimes it can be quite late. And these guys are waiting all day. So this is good news.
I live at the night. I'm part of the streets, all right? So, you know.
That's why he's
doesn't
got
matter
those
to me,
glasses.
man.
Live that thug life.
I mean,
yeah.
Thank you,
hates-
boss Clinton.
Yeah,
Sports Mafia
that's right.
for making these changes.
You're welcome. You're going to owe me a favor later, but.
Oh, man. Did you? Oh,
I-
yeah.
I-
you don't want to owe this guy
I found it a
favors.
bad
No,
crowd.
nobody
Kinda
wants
shades
that.
on. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't like sunlight right now.
No. I hate
He
it.
doesn't. All right. I'm so nervous. Like, he's so serious right now. Anyway, we want to talk about standings. Okay, we have 2 teams playing off today, and they are going to be struggling to stay afloat.
Oh boy.
Now let's talk about these standings so far. DRX is still just cruising along with 0 map drops. Gen G has also been doing quite well, so they're gonna, when they face off later, I think that's gonna be pretty exciting. DFM, after their game yesterday against Zeta, has put them at the very bottom until we'll see Global Esports and Talon perform today.
Yeah, not fantastic. But Global and Talon, yeah, 8-8. That's someone's gonna drop down and join DFM today too. I don't feel so good about
Someone's
this.
going to be swimming with the fishes at the end of the day.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
And you're gonna be the one sending them off at Plank, aren't you?
No, you can't prove that. There's no evidence.
Okay.
All right? Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, today is really, it's going to be the ultimate death match. Someone will be swimming with the fishes, and I don't know who it's going to be. Well, Paper Thin seems to know who it's going to be.
Oh yeah, I mean it was. I don't know where your guys' predictions came from exactly, but you know it's Global Esports today, in my opinion. I think they're just slightly better. I mean they're both not doing so good right now. We'll leave it. We'll say it like that. But I think overall, just Global Esports has just a little bit more kind of coordination and talent than Talon right now, and
Yeah. We're going to talk about more of that later.
Yeah.
But first, let's talk about yesterday. We had the ultimate showdown between the 2 Korea teams, minus DRX because they're in their own category, and the 2 Japanese teams. But the 2 Korean teams, we had T1 and Gen G. And for those of you who are like, oh, Caster Curse, sometimes we get it right, okay? And it was Gen G.
I get it right a lot. I don't know what. I don't like it sometimes.
I mean,
He's actually right. He's like somewhere really high up on his prediction.
I'm up at the top.
count.
Yeah. He's probably leading.
We're somewhere on the bottom.
Went like
Like, this was just, I mean, to me it wasn't super surprising other than I thought T1 would be a little bit better. But yeah, this is kind of the result I expected. I mean, I think you guys, you know, those of you that weren't here for the Korea days, first of all, you missed out. All right, now that you're joining us for Pacific, you're seeing like these players that were formerly on TNL and the Quantum Strikers and the coaching staff, you know, part of it as well. and what they're able to put together, along with Elma Putty, who's doing a great job for Gen G here. This whole combination of players, King's playing out of his mind. They are no doubt the second best team in Korea. If you have hopes that they're going to beat DRX, though, going to be honest with you, history not on your side.
Overall, they have the higher first kill percentage, and oh my gosh, they are the winner of that Gangnam Derby.
Well, both of their offices are in Gangnam.
I want those glasses. If Clint can have like the cool guy glasses, I want these weird gold ones.
The Oppa Gangnam
Yeah, the
style
side glasses.
I guess.
You'll never be as cool as me, but you know.
I could try.
Yeah,
I appreciate the effort.
I've seen ambitious
You're a
young
good kid.
men rise up through the ranks, just like Talon or Global Esports today. The kids rising through the ranks today. Now, yesterday we also had the Japanese teams face off. We had Zeta and Detonation focus me. Not so much focus on the Detonation side. Zeta just looking good, looking strong.
They were really, really strong, let me tell you. I mean, you're going to have to watch that highlight in a second because I think just they were popping off. Well, first of all, everyone was playing the same map. Everyone was playing the same composition. You guys had a great laugh about it. I was watching at home. But yeah, like you had Zeta coming up with a big 10-2 first half on Ascent. And then they kind of even won the pistol round afterwards. And a lot of these rounds were won thanks to Laz stepping up. Depp still performing out of his mind. Crow even coming into play. Sugar Zero, I think, was actually one of the highest performing stats on Ascent at least, but they were so darn good on this defensive half. And then off to the next, they won a pistol. DFM actually kind of staged a bit of a comeback, but alas, that many rounds won, Zeta just kind of steamrolled, and Haven was basically the same story. I mean, it bears to be said, DFM, not focused. Like, what's going on? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, DFM, they lost the juice. They're just off their kilter a little bit here for me. It's just, Soldom is good for certain things. Like, he can come in and he can trick an opponent. He can catch you really off guard, like that smoke play up at A Heaven, right, on Ascent. Completely bamboozled Zeta. He does that kind of stuff. He's wonderful for that. But he's kind of a one-trick pony. Like, he's only got those moves. Outside of that, he doesn't seem to have that same gel and coordination that they had when Suggest was playing Duelist. I'd rather see them go back to Suggest, bring in Zenfree, who's a much better support player for their Duelists as well, I think. I get why they wanted to try it. I mean, we all know that Soldom is capable of great things. We can see it in his individual ability, but he didn't play for basically a year in competitive Valorant. On the other side of the coin, Depp is really coming alive. I mean, certainly he is that child of God or son of God, whatever you want to say, that the Japanese fans, that call him. They've called him this for a long time because he's been so good at FPS games for so long. And I've been kind of standing him for a while. I'm a big fan. He's a player that I think he's the only esports player I've casted across multiple esports.
Is that why you wear sunglasses? So whenever you look at him,
I can't look at him. I have to it's deference.
The child of God.
He's just too much, and he's got gorgeous hair, and oh man. But anyway,
he is perfect.
He's incredible, and I've kind of wanted to see this from not just him, but from Zeta. Laz looked a lot better. Maybe he's the godfather of Zeta there of Japanese FPS. But I mean, these guys are insane. So hopefully they can continue to play well.
Yeah. I'm really happy to see how they performed yesterday. We do want to see them at Masters Tokyo. We want to see one of the Japanese teams at Masters Tokyo, and that was a really strong showing. I mean, like you were talking about what we were laughing about yesterday, and it was true. The team comms were mirrored. I think at least 3 of the 4 games that we had yesterday mirrored comps, the same map picks, and I think you guys said it perfectly yesterday. When you have one team that's clearly a lot stronger in many ways, and everything else is the same, who's going to win out. So it went exactly as you might think it would go.
I'm sorry, Vic. It's just very hard to focus. Something about this outfit, this
I know
look,
what you're talking about.
This
is how I normally look.
Magnetic.
Dude, when you've made it, this is
how I normally talk.
This is what success looks like.
This is
okay.
You know that episode of
like
Brooklyn
I said, someday, if you work hard, you can rise through the ranks.
I think it's the jacket and the glasses. It's that episode where Boyle gets the cool guy jacket. and like he changes completely. You know what I'm talking about?
In Brooklyn Nine-Nine, yeah. No, I'm definitely the Jake here. Okay, so.
I love that. Everyone thinks they're Jake Peralta. You probably think you're Jake. I think I'm. Everyone thinks they're Jake. Okay, now let's talk about the match results, guys. Okay, so yesterday was a lot of 2-0s. Basically, I mean, the summation of it is it was 2-0. Actually, so not just yesterday.
Saturday too.
Entire weekend. Jeez, this was actually a pretty critical week. Week 4.
Yep.
All the teams have been kind of fighting through the middle ranks. All the teams at the very bottom trying to get into those middle ranks. Basically everyone except DRX. This was a super critical week for these guys to get as many points as possible to stay in for playoffs.
Without a doubt. I don't have cool guy glasses, but I do have nerdy glasses. So statistically speaking, these teams, they will be playing against each other.
You do know everyone who watches this are nerds, right? Like, we're all nerds, and you're so offensive to all of them.
Some of them are cool. Some of them are cool nerds. I'm just not cool enough yet. But yeah, okay, single round robin, every team plays against each other. That's a total of 9 matches for each and every team. So that means after this week, you have like 4 matches played already. DFM, they've got 4 losses. 4 losses and 5 chances left. If they continue not performing well, you're just not going to have that chance in playoffs. And that's...
See, Quack, you would totally be the money launderer in our gangster movie. Like, you would be the guy who's like cooking the books for us.
Kaiser Soze.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Like because you would never suspect this guy. He'd like walk in and.
And I have a limp, and I'm like.
He like carries all the.
Yeah, I'm the face man. Like I'm the guy like at the casino.
And I am like all like I'm like, I don't know. I'm hanging out with you at the casino with my disco ball.
She's the real one. She's the real.
She's the ringer. She's the real like player. Like we all like. She's the one who's gonna like backstab us at the end and take all the money, and we're gonna be like, oh man.
Exactly.
Peace out. Take all your money. All right, now are you guys ready to make some money? Are you okay?
Oh.
Because now it's your chance.
See, this is why I'm really doing this. Is I got to make sure that I'm really confident about this next
face
part.
is on.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. We're going to have another episode of, hey, we're gamers and we play games. Today, we got something new. We got the Pacific Draft, where you guys get to put together your own team for today. Okay. So since today you're supporting or you're
I'm going GE. Yeah.
G.
And I'm going Talon.
I'm going the correct choice.
The correct choice.
Okay.
Okay, so
this guy.
So I can only pick from GE.
Yes.
All right.
Like GE. Okay. The reason why we're doing this, for those of you who are watching at home and for whatever reason aren't caught up on the news, both Global Esports and Talon have a really large roster. And we don't know who's going to be playing today. There's a lot of mystery around it. There's a lot of talk about which players are more suitable for which comp. So we're going to let you guys decide. Put together your team.
I can't let him see my cards. You got to hold your cards close to the vest, right? That's how you play poker.
Okay. So first up, so we're going to, obviously it's going to be Valorant rules, 5 players. Pick your IGL. Okay, and then I'm going to count, and you're going to show who your IGL is.
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
Talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
Talking to me?
I'm talking to you. All right, you guys ready?
Okay.
Are you playing the game?
Yeah.
Play my game.
We're ready. We're ready.
We
Do
love
I
games.
Get more points if they play better today or something? Like,
yes.
Is that how this works?
Actually, by the way, guys, you can hashtag VCT Pacific and hashtag Pacific Picks during this to say what your thoughts are, and we're going to talk about that later, too. All right, you guys ready to show your IGL? We've got Team Global Esports, and we have Talon here. In 3, 2, 1, show it to the camera.
This is an easy pick.
This is my pick. A little bit more difficult.
I hate to admit it, but I agree with you.
Thank you.
Please, do share why you guys have picked this as your IGL besides that.
Well, I think for Aaron, I mean, he's got everything. I mean,
you paid him off,
Look at this guy. He's handsome. He's smart.
How much did you give him?
His name is Aaron. He's great. He's amazing.
He's great?
Yeah.
So he's like, you're going to keep him as...
There's nothing wrong with him. Everything is perfect. He's my guy.
He's your guy.
He's my guy.
All right. He's his guy. And who do you have to counter him?
I got Cruz.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm not, my pockets aren't as deep as Clinton's, but this is who I have. I think he's been doing a great job, especially at lock-in, and he's been super hardworking. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He dances really well, and I think he can lead his team to victory.
All right, all right. Man, look at that flex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. It's
He's
true.
really strong.
What does Aaron got? Huh?
Aaron?
How's his arms looking? Does he
Look,
even lift, bro?
it's not all about appearances for Aaron. I mean, he's got that.
Big
He's got that
brains.
inner strength. Yeah.
They call
Exactly.
the crinkly brain.
Crinkly.
Okay, next up, let's pick our key controller
Oh God.
for your team.
Mine's the same.
Can you can't use the same player twice. That's.
But IGLs can be different roles too, no?
I mean, there's other players who occasionally play controllers on that team.
That's
just
true.
roll. You just gotta pick
But
one.
you just kind
But then you're gonna be kind of screwed if we go into Sentinels. So
man.
we
this
can
is
just start
not-
with me while he decides.
All right,
Mine's easy.
we're gonna
This
show
is-
Global Esports because he's ready. Paper Thin is always ready. Let's go.
Oh come on!
Woo!
That was.
I mean, this guy is the truth.
Woo.
Okay, this guy
Yes.
right here has it all. He has clutches. He has lockdowns. He has sight anchoring. He has, like first bloods. Like this guy, he does everything right now. There's no doubt in my mind the best controller here for GE is Munyet.
Monyet, and it is Monday. We're back
It's
to
Munyet Monday too.
Monday.
Exactly. The last time he played on Monday,
Whoa.
he absolutely destroyed. So yes, we're going.
You
Okay.
rigged this. This is the
You,
odds are
you
stacked
chose
against me.
Talon. You chose Talon.
You picked this team, brother. Like this is on you.
Damn it!
All right, who are you presenting?
I got Pat as my controller. 'Cause
Pat.
He did that last week. I thought Pearl looked pretty good as Pat on Astra, and I just kind of want to see more of him because he's that flexible that he can play any role that he wants, provided that
Gecko.
actually. Well, this is controller, all right? So we're
Okay.
gonna talk about
That's
that
why he's on controller
a little
now,
bit later.
not in
So
Initiator. Cool.
yes, Pat's my controller.
All right. All right. He's got Pata as his second pick. Let's go into our third pick.
What do you got?
I'm gonna.
What do you got next?
I'm gonna leave it open. I'm gonna leave it open here.
What is this? Like a wild
Should we
card?
pick
Wild
our
card?
duelist?
No,
Wild
it's gonna be a
card.
wild card. It's gonna be a wild card.
Wild
You
card.
don't make the rules, quack.
All right.
Okay.
That's true. He
She-
doesn't.
she's
yes.
the ringer.
She's the
All right.
ringer.
I'm just the new recruit.
That's right.
All right.
You're the fall guy. Yeah.
All right. Let's see what we have on Global Esports. There's the wild card.
You ready? This is
I saw
this is the spicy one
All
right here.
right.
Come
We're
on!
rolling with this guy. He's here. He's back. The rumors are that maybe, just maybe, we can get the Indian superstar himself. All right, Rossi. I don't know what he's going to be playing, but I don't care. I want him in there. I want to see him just dominate today. That is where we're
man.
at. Well, my boy, everything's coming up aces.
You really? Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see what your counter is. I have some thoughts on this. Let's see what your counter is, Mr. Quack.
Wild card?
Let's go. How do you counter this?
Gotta go with Sushi.
Sushi boys.
This guy right here. Sushi.
Not men.
All right. Explain
Yeah.
Why?
yourself.
Because
Raw fish. Yeah.
he's been raw fish. First of all, contrary to his name, he actually doesn't like sushi, and that's how you know he truly is that wild, like personality.
That's okay. That's not bad.
Right?
I'll give you that.
Second of all, he plays everything. Like, he's normally on like Initiator, maybe Sentinel at times. But last week he was a duelist, and he actually did pretty okay. And I'm pretty impressed by it. If he continues on this path of righteousness, maybe, just maybe, it'll be
All
good
right.
for talent.
How do you feel about SK Rossi being on his draft?
I think that's a crock pot. I think that's nonsense. No, I'm kidding. I mean, SK Rossi, we love him. He's great. But he hasn't been with Global for
it
a few
doesn't
weeks
matter.
now. It
Nah,
matters.
it'll be fine.
Come on, it matters.
Nah,
You're,
it'll be fine.
you're capping. You're lying to
All right,
yourself.
all right.
All right. Next pick. Let's just. I'm gonna let you keep it open. Look at me, you
Should we do
said you-
duelist?
This is how many players they have. Like this is
I'm
how
still.
many are
See,
left.
this is why I can't
I'm
lose.
down to 3 cards.
I know. I'm winning Go Fish right now. Okay, you can't.
All right. Show your card.
All right, go fish.
You guys ready?
What are we doing?
Well, you got 3
All right,
players.
you know what?
so
I'm
it's
just
up to
going
you how you're
for.
gonna fill our
I'm just
roles.
going for who I think is absolutely the best player on this team.
Woo. All right. Your key
And this
player.
is hashtag no bias.
All
Hashtag
right.
no bias. It's Texture.
Texture. All right.
Overall, the best player on this team.
Mhm.
A superstar jet player.
Get out of here. Get out of
Are
here.
you heroic?
This This is, I think, just, you know, he's great with the op. He's great at Jet. I think his raise needs some work. I think this is the weakest part of his game is his raise. Otherwise, he is the best player on this team.
All right.
Get at.
Whoa! I caught it in my elbow, in my armpit.
It's right in
Nice.
there.
Are you
Nice
throwing
throw.
players at him?
He is. He's throwing his, yeah, he's
Oh my
he's
God.
getting desperate.
All right,
His chip stack is
Who's my
dwindling.
best player now?
Show your card.
This is.
You got 3 seconds.
I'm winning
Huh.
Uno.
Go!
I'm winning Uno, and Fox
Uno.
will be my next
Reverse.
best player.
Fox.
Back
Reverse.
to me.
Yeah, this is my reverse card. All right,
All right.
Fox. He has shown that he can do a lot of different things. He was the IGL last week. You know, he was the IGL last year at the same time. First of all, he can play duelists. He was the first one who I think cooked up this Yoru strat for talent, and they tried it last year. I believe it was either Copenhagen or Istanbul, where they actually tried Yoru on Icebox, and he was able to use the positional displacement to kind of switch up the pace and do a lot of things really differently. And that's why I think it's really exciting. Now we see him more on Initiator. And you were talking about Gecko. He was the one who did Gecko pretty well on Haven, combining it with Killjoy's Lockdown. So Fox is my guy.
All right. You're right. That was pretty cool. I wonder if we're going to see more Gecko today.
Could be.
And
All
all right, now
final
we got
one?
our final
Final
one.
one?
We're going to do this at the same time. You guys ready to pick your
Yeah.
final
All right.
final dude?
This one's tough. This one was tough for mine. I mean, I have such a stacked roster to choose from here
You do.
compared to him. You know, like, I didn't mean any disrespect to Talon there. I'm so
It's
sorry.
really about Quack.
So
Talon.
sorry, Hondo. Like,
So sorry, Eraser.
All
sorry,
right.
Talon.
Shinja.
I'm just trying to. I'm more dogging on Quack than I am. Okay, let's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
go. All right, you
Sorry,
ready?
sorry.
Last player. Who you got?
Sure.
I got
All right.
Batsy.
Oh, man.
Azzy.
I feel like your team's way more well-rounded than mine
And
at the
Garnett.
moment.
I have everything I need. I have 2 initiators, duelist, controller, sentinel.
Here. All right. Let's go through Bazzi and your overall draft.
Sky has been really good. He played the best for them last week. I think
Okay.
he's got a ton of talent, a ton of experience across a lot of different teams.
Nah.
He's played at big stages before. I think this is a guy that you can rely on more than most.
Okay.
You
And
think so? You
Sure.
think?
who's your guy?
Over Garnett's? This is my guy?
Yes.
Garnett's with the nice nails.
Yeah.
Every one of
my.
my picks over all of yours. That's all.
That's
All right.
nonsense.
Guys,
Chris.
let's look at okay, it's gone. The teams here. Remember to hashtag VCT Pacific and VCT Pacific. And just Pacific picks on Twitter about what you think of their drafts. Okay, so we are going to feature some of the best comments, responses to Team Quack.
and
who
just
now
know
owns
if
Talon.
you don't agree with me, you're wrong.
And Paper Thin, who
Yeah.
owns Global Esports now, and tell us your opinions. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this short break where we are going to talk a little bit more about Global Esports and Talon. See you in a bit.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on week 4. I'm Victoria. With me, I have Quack and Paper Thin, and we're going to go into the last game of this weekend, Global Esports, and Talon. Now, it's going to be the Dirty Derby today. Ooh,
Oh,
Lightning
boy.
Fast is playing today, and this is the roster and their giant roster of people. There is no SK Rossi.
It's Lightning Fast. That's really intriguing to me, because Lightning Fast generally is like Sentinel controller type player. So where exactly are they going to throw him in? What's the map going to look like? You know, that's some big questions for me. You know, I think everybody expected Rossi, but the Lightning Fast is kind of a curveball here. I'm pretty curious to see what GE's got cooked up.
I'm definitely curious as well because, like you said, he is that sort of more supportive player, maybe a Sentinel if anything. So that means they're going to have to sub someone out. They're going to have to maybe swap things around. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is exactly what it is exactly
This
what
is
I
what
predicted.
you picked. Yeah.
It's your team for today.
200 IQ.
Wow.
Where?
Well, only
I'm
if they
curious.
win.
Yeah,
Only if they win.
only if they win. Then you're.
Yes. You want them to win too. But yes, that's right.
I do.
I mean, this comes down to how they really strategize around this because like we were talking about earlier, Clinton, last week's picks were actually serious.
Yes. So yes, I have some secret info. That's why
Please
I was wearing
give
the
me your
sunglasses
scrim
as well. Yes, I have word on the streets, as I am. You can tell with the way that I was dressed earlier. I'm absolutely
one
a
with
man
the
of the
streets,
streets. Yes. That triple duelist comp was the real deal. That was them trying, not just trying something, but something that had been successful for them in
That's
scrims.
cap.
I don't know. That's what I heard. So, and maybe I'm being, you know, bamboozled. Maybe I shouldn't believe my informants, but in this case, I took their word for it.
Actually, yeah, I'm inclined to believe you because you have proven me right so far, and that's really interesting because then it comes down to like, how did that really work in scrims? And maybe it didn't work against DRX, but could it work against another team? That's what I'm worried about here.
Yeah. So to lay it out really bluntly right now, these two teams are at the very bottom of the ladder. Now, we love these teams. We all love Talon and Global Esports. But the fact of the matter is, despite, you know, Global Esports was performing really well, even though it was a lot of 3 games of losses, but they performed really well against DRX, and I assume this is one of the many reasons why you are predicting a win for Global Esports today.
Yeah, I think just in general, they've had a few more impressive maps than Talon. Talon has had some really good maps here. They've obviously won one against Team Secret. Like, they're playing very good at times. Like, but it seems like they're getting worse as time goes on. But that means also it could be that time where Talon just kind of figures it out and all of a sudden takes off on a rocket ship. But for both of these teams, they have to win today, right? Like, this is a do or die almost. I don't know what the exact math is. If you lose, like if you're 0-4, if you join DFM at the bottom, if that means you're just done, basically. Or if you can win 3 in a row and then, you know, figure it out. I don't know. But it feels do or die for sure for both teams.
Yeah.
Well, quickly for myself, you've said it multiple times. Whenever you don't believe in Talon, that's when Talon gets really upset, and they're like, I'm going to prove Paper Thin wrong.
I don't think it has anything to do with me. I just
So
they're good players.
I feel like, no, they are great, and they've got the potential, and I think today's going to be the day. Is that your opinion?
I think so. This is going to be that day. Surely it's the day because they've been struggling. They did really well last year. I think they got it today.
Well, we're going to find out in today's final matchup of this weekend of week 4. Like you said, it's do or die. Let's go to the stage, watch their walkouts for the ultimate Southeast Asian deathmatch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is VCT Pacific. The stakes are high with two Southeast Asian teams facing off. We have India's Global Esports and Thailand's TLN.
I'm excited for Lightning Fast debut. This is a really, interesting pick. A guy who's kind of been, playing at, a very high level with a lot of really good teams. Competed at the LCQ in 2021. So no doubt he's a very good player. So I'm just curious to see how he's going to fit in.
I mean, he was playing last year as well in APAC, and he had some great performances. But you're right, this is his first debut. First of all, the guy's smiling. He looks ready to go. But he didn't play at lock-in. He hasn't really shown us much at all this year. So this will be his first time with the team, and that's going to be interesting to see for sure.
Yeah, my question here is I suspect double controller is my guess. So that means to me, what map is going to be the first one here? Is it going to be Icebox, Lotus, Split? Like those are kind of the ones where you're more likely, maybe Pearl, to see double controller versus others. Is he going to be playing a Harbor potentially or something like that? Astra or Viper as well are definitely in the mix. So, really curious. Lightning Fast is kind of like my big point of interest for me. Like he's the unknown. It's his first time in Pacific.
That's right.
What's going to happen?
All eyes are on him.
I think whatever it is, today's matchup is going to be so different than yesterday because both of these teams play completely different than how the Korean or Japanese teams do. I think we can expect to see maps that we haven't seen much in the rotation at Pacific. That's what I'm hoping anyway, including team comps. I mean, TLN is the one who had a triple duelist comp last week, which was crazy. And also the same team and only team who showed up with Gecko.
Yeah, spirits are high to say the least, and yes, they do have some interesting comps for sure. A lot of new things to experiment with, and maybe experimentation has been done because today it is, like you mentioned, do or die. Boy is here as their assistant coach as well from the US. So I think TLN has been cooking up some secret recipes behind our backs. Global, we've seen how they perform. They are pretty good. They're gonna just have to clash against each other.
They're gonna surprise with Quadra Duelists.
No, Vic, please.
And a Sage.
No.
Just to keep it crazy.
Oh boy, that would be
my eyes.
Yeah, that would definitely make waves. Certainly.
Oh my God, yes. Yeah. Hello, Reddit.
Look, I think for TLN, if they are cooking, if that's their idea, that I need to see the ingredients be better put together. Like the triple duelist thing, fine if it was working, but DRX is pretty unflappable. Okay, Pearl ban. So what's going to be the first pick? I mean, Split is here, right? This is the map that was played very, very well for GE against DRX, so no surprise at all, especially with the way that, TLN looked against DRX on the same map.
That certainly is one of their favorites, but Icebox, this is
Victoria's
favorites.
Finally!
For TLN to go back to this, like we haven't seen this in a while, not so much in Pacific, like the whole of this Pacific playoffs, league play for so far. So, I don't know, maybe they actually do have something interesting. Maybe they're going to go back to Yoru again.
Oh, Haven as the decider is really interesting. I mean, this is a map I would favor GE a little bit more on with what I've seen from them. I think they're really structured. They play, very, very kind of classical Haven, but still they play it very, very effectively.
We know how strong Texture can be. He said in an interview, though, that maybe his team needs to play a little bit faster to match his pace. So that's something that I'm going to keep my eyes on. Meanwhile, for TLN, I just want to see more coordination because these guys have shown that they are trying to come up with something new or different. They have been changing around their roster, but when it comes to coordinated plays, it's just not quite there yet for whatever reason. So they really need to fix it right here today, this week.
Oh, so
there is
Sage. Lightning Fast is playing Raze?
No.
What?
Not Texture? Meanwhile, TLN, I mean, this looks meta. This looks like it makes sense.
Yeah, now we're back to something normal. What? And Texture's playing Sage, the battle Sage, I guess. This is wild. I'm really curious to see what GE is going with this. I mean, Munyet on the Astra we know is really, really strong. But
switching things up today, paper thin.
Yeah.
I love it. Woo. I love when they switch it up in Pacific. It's just gonna give us exciting games. I wonder if we're gonna see more Judgment Days for Munyet again on Split, because he was crazy 2 weeks ago. Now let's see how this is all gonna play out at the caster desk. in the booth above this stage today. We've got Achilleos and William. William, how's your teeth doing? I heard you got something done.
I did get one of my teeth crowned.
Yeah. I have no idea about this.
I would hope that you don't know, because that'd be kind of weird if you didn't know everything about my teeth. I got my first tooth ever crowned, my first cavity ever, actually, in 30+ years here on Earth.
I'm still holding out.
You're still holding out?
I haven't got a cavity.
Dang.
I've been able to survive this long, which is surprising given how much sugar and soda I was consuming at a young age, just sitting in a LAN cafe for 12 hours on end. But all right, well, glad that your crowning went well.
Thank you.
We can jump into the action here with map number 1 of Global versus TLN. And yeah, it is curious to see Lightning Fast coming in and playing the race. This is the same comp that we saw from Global all the way back versus Vitality at Lock-In, except at that point, it was SK Rossi playing the stage, Texture was playing the Raze.
Yes, so a little bit of a player swap. Now, Lightning Fast, he has a significant number of games on Raze as well, especially towards the end of last year when they were playing in some of those third-party tournaments. Seems like he was really playing a lot of the Raze, some of the Reyna as well, trying to fit him into this duelist role. So we'll see how he holds up. I mean, Texture, we know he can frag, but his utility on the stage, how does that work out? His timings, right? And just quick on his feet. Sometimes he's going to have to make his own decisions.
All right, well, the gates have opened, and for now, Talon just going to be sending a couple people creeping here into B Garage. One yet playing on the site. Somebody definitely to also keep our eyes on, given what he was able to do the last time that they played on this split map.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what a monster. And then also to point out on the side of Talon, I mean, not only, of course, are they straying away from the triple entry, but a little bit of, an agent swap as well, right? Last time it was Pat playing on that Astra, I believe. Didn't show as much comfort with the utility, but Cruz going back to the controllers.
I don't count that game. As far as I'm concerned, Pat has never played Astra.
Yeah, that was just in our dreams. So he's just going to be playing that KO, something that he should be a little bit more self-sufficient with.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a lot more suited to him, especially as a player who's coming back after a long time away. Putting him on something like an Astra where it's very micro-focused, definitely a bit out there. For now, Boombot, just to try to check, see if there's still that presence here in mid.
Now, on the side of Global Esports, I mean, they've just confirmed that no one's really pushed in towards B. They haven't shown as much control over mid yet, and the way they're checking, first they body check, then they use their utility to confirm. They bought so much time, and now they know that as long as Monyet can just stay alive, that they can go for this retake over on B.
Oh, Grabwell goes to grab one.
And he's still alive.
The lock-in, but I mean, Garnet's not paying attention as Monyet. Oh, he's doing it again.
Oh, no!
Off the rip on 4K. And ace to kick off the series. Monyet, you absolute split animal. 5 kills already locked in, 39 the record to beat.
When Aaron said on Twitter, be prepared for a big surprise, we all thought it was going to be the roster, but the big surprise was Monyet kicking things off with a classic ace here in the first round.
Just gorgeously done. I mean, able to really easily secure the one onto Garnets, given the vulnerability that had already been on him. But every single follow-up kill from there, absolutely hot damn gorgeous to witness.
I mean, again, sometimes players, they just feel more comfortable on certain maps, and clearly Split is that map here for Monyet. See if we can continue that, of course. I mean, with 5 Spectres, they're still going to have a decent amount banked up on the side of Monyet as well to continue on to the next rounds.
One of the biggest things that we had said after he set that 39 kill record was, is this a flash in the pan? Are we going to see consistency from this guy? And I think widely we have, so.
Yes.
Hell of a way to kick things off. Let's see how he fares now in the anti-eco. Just a couple taps on the ropes over towards A Heaven. Just keep interest. Pushed over towards that side of the map. A nice bite, though. Will connect and put a bit of damage down onto Cruz and locking off Mail for now.
And this is something we saw when Global Esports was playing against DRX as well, is just the way that they play the map of Split, despite its tight quarters, the way they're using their utility to buy time and cycle through all of that. Once again, I mean, this paint shell's, it's going to buy so much time again, and he gets 2!
And he's got another one. He's got the reset. He's throwing it right into Mail. He's going to force them forward, split them apart.
Oh, they're stuck here.
Yeah, Bazzi picking up one, the blast pack connecting for a little bit of extra damage. I thought he had it for a second. It was Monyet taking down Foxy. But there you have it, a flawless follow-up in the anti-eco, and a fantastic start to this defending half here for Global.
I mean, look at the economic status of Global Esports, right? You keep all 5 Spectres on top of that, barely much damage done to your shields, and then you're banking up creds. Of course, you had Monyet with the ace as well. They are in such prime position here for the defensive half on Split.
Great start. A couple kills now locked in for Lightning Fast as well in his debut on this stage. That's exactly what you want to see, is get him roaring, ready to go, nice and early into the game. Reduce that warm-up time, but we'll see how they fare now.
Yeah, and a little bit of a default setup change here for the first couple of rounds, right? I mean, last time we saw Monyet heavily focusing on B and or mid to shut down the entire map, but now, I mean, just in that second round, we actually saw him with a neat little setup to block off vents over on A Heaven. Now he's focusing on vents as well as being ready to provide support over on A, and that allows Aaron to now constantly switch up his setups as well, providing some support on that B side with the one-ways, where Talon now they'll always have to approach first to figure out what the default is before they can actually make up their mind.
Fox swinging around the side of that Nebula, able to get line of sight. Does get a nice little headshot in. Sushi Boy's going to be down to 5 HP. Bazzi will trade one back and now locates the spike. See, he's got the read. Does he want to send a flash down or just get tucked away? It looks like it's going to be the latter. Meanwhile, Fox is just pushing his way downstairs over towards that defender's spawn and very much leaves Aaron in a vulnerable position, as the Boombot is not going to check this spot. Nice pop flash into the corner. Bazzi, no hope in hell. Very nicely timed there from Talon.
Yep, and Aaron going to get spotted as well. So, I mean, a great setup from Fox as well. It's flanking all the way around. And also, we got to give credit where credit is due, of course, Pat and Garnett's not taking any chances, right? They recognize that if you're not up front, then you've got to be hidden behind because you saw the spike drop. So, a good recovery, not the end of the world, but of course. Oh, wow, yeah, just through the smoke, just a little snap. But on top of that, we have to remember, you know, for Global Esports, sure, you didn't do as much damage as you would want to the enemies, but you also had so much banged up.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to be more than fine going into the next. Let's see. We'll be buying down. Losing this one would be obviously the most costly for them, but equal weaponry now in hand.
And Cosmic Divide online for Monyet. So I suspect, yeah, without the early aggression on A side, soon enough Aaron should make the decision to kind of back off and just hold on to Heaven alongside Batsy, and that would allow them to at least control enough space where they can get an easy retake with the Cosmic Divide.
Fox trying it again. They identify roughly where he's at, and one segment of the wall going to be broken down. That's going to be the Trailblazer now let loose, quickly dealt with. Meanwhile, everybody else from Talon not pressuring over towards B, which will be called out, and now they can very much start to suspect that this is going to end up being an A hit.
And because of that, they're actually lining up. They're giving up Heaven because at a certain point with the timer, the way it is, Talon is going to have to get through to the site first. So they're trying to use this toxic screen to their advantage where they can set up a crossfire. They even have backup coming in the form of Lightning Fast as well.
Aaron avoiding that. He just cuts down two. We're watching the wrong man. Show me his POV.
And Aaron's still alive.
Able to find one. He gets a third. Bazzi swings out the back sight, and only Lightning Fast going to be lost here in the fight. And Monyet should be able to afford a buy for him. So 3-1 the scoreline now. A very great answer back from GE once they get to equal footing in weapons.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout coming up here in Talon in the next round or two. Because right now they're spending so much time and utility just to figure out the setup from Global Esports. And yeah, I mean, this viewing part from them, I figured it'd be a big one, but there it is. I mean, they're getting riled up, and as they should be, because Global Esports was being called this team the best team to never win yet here in the VCT leagues across the world.
Has been true. Has very much been true. And I think that you'd have to be a fool to say otherwise, just given what they have been able to show us. Protection out. Does he want to swing off this? He does. No one there to see. Goes for it again. Take a little bit of damage there from that Sheriff, and wisely will back away. Bazzi in the meantime, top ramp swings, and that Sushi Boy's taken out.
And this is where Batsy has been so good for this team of Global Esports. He may not be getting the most frags every time, but his utility to support and then always be prepared for these crossfires. And we've been seeing this more and more as Sky has been kind of taking hold as this main initiator for a lot of teams, where you can provide support in so many different ways. You've got flashes, you've got intel, and then you can hold different angles with your flashes to provide crossfires. I mean, you're one of the best ways to be that kind of second line of entry or defense.
He's been great with it. And I mean, I keep referencing this interview from back when he had first transitioned over into playing this initiator instead, as I'll hold my thought. The rocket, inevitably, Lightning Fast cannot get away from that one. Swing over towards the garage, and oh, the third shot is the charm. Catches Aaron in the head, and suddenly Talon on pace to go ahead and turn this into a thrifty.
Yeah, and with the weapons picked up as well, this is going to give them a good chance to bounce back, right? They're not going to always have to fight from behind. Global Esports, they are going to try for this.
I heard the drop, though, but Garnet's with a 4K will go ahead and bring them over the finish line. So a second round win for Talon, and a Thrifty to boot. Very nicely done by them, given how, losing your Viper nice and early in the round doesn't feel great. It's a really good way to bounce back. I was going to say, Bazzi, having played Duelist, knows how to set up as an initiator for his for the rest of his teammates. So while Texture might not be playing Duelist right now in this map, he knows how to set somebody up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the big benefits there. And obviously, we've seen that work for teams like DRX here in Pacific, where you take all these Jet mains and then you turn them into these other roles that know how the Jet wants to play. We're kind of seeing that in the works right now for Global Esports as well.
Being a Jetman is just the first stage of evolution. You have so much more you can offer. As what is this sheriffing? Texture and Lightning Fast just cracking skulls as Texture will get a second.
I mean, sure, you had 3 people lined up, so the ones in front were really just trying to bait for you, but still.
I mean, good lord. And now Bazzi's over here holding down this site with the judge. Good luck, Sushi.
Well, it was a nice jiggle peek, but it's still the judge that you're up against at that range.
Might not have been clean, but it doesn't matter. Spike is stranded over by Ramen, and they know exactly where Cruz is at. And Cruz finds one yet. Okay, so odd timing. Looks like he wasn't ready for him to be wrapped around up towards heaven that quickly.
I mean, yeah, there's no reason for them to try to greed this over on A. Okay. Well,
why not?
Yeah, why not?
Starts with some sheriffs and ends with a classic, and it's a back-to-back Thrifty answered by Global, and that will draw out the timeout.
Yeah, because I was actually getting a little concerned because they won that Thrifty from Talon on that previous round. Because obviously if you're winning and you're gaining momentum, you maybe let them do it. But wow, these shots are clean from Global Esports. And again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but this goes back to the fact that if you have a bunch of Jet mains, that means their aim has to be crisp to a certain level, right? So you already start with that fundamental. Now you just have to kind of build them into these other molds of utility and understanding each other, the comms. But if that can happen, if you can make that chemistry work, you have a super team in the making.
Yeah. Well, a decent enough start here for the side of Global. Timeout called by Talon. We'll see what Zeus has to say to the team to try to right the ship. Obviously, playing standard this time around. No triple duelist. Whether or not it was serious, I think is
still doubtful.
Yet to be revealed. I'm going to tell myself it wasn't serious, just as a coping mechanism. But
all fair. I mean, you know what? As a Yoru fan, I do see the potential in that comp.
Oh yes, because it was the best display of Yoru we could have ever had. We were joking in the green room before the broadcast had started that it was going to be Global running a triple duelist.
Yeah.
Lightning Fast come and play Raze, Texture play Jet, and then Bazzi go back to playing Yoru, something that he did a hell of a lot of last year.
That's true. I mean, he was one of the first ones to show it over here in Korea with the Yoru operator once we saw kind of the downfall of Jet for a little bit with some of her nerfs last year, but of course, Jet now in full power. Of course, Raze kind of the preferred duelist for a lot of teams here on Split.
Yeah, if you're going to be running solo, seems like Raze is the play. Star going to be set up here at the edge of the garage just in case the push starts coming in. Try to grab well and slow up the entries. Gardens with double blast pack, however, can obviously skip over that. And Texture is not in a position to get a slow orb in this as well.
Yeah, but I mean, the position definitely looks like they're just focused on keeping mid, right? Make sure that we're not caught off guard by any sort of lurks, any sort of these hidden plays, because you're just controlling A heaven, you're just controlling mid. You just want sight on B, and then you're going to rely on that Cosmic Divide to go for this retake. You even have the res from Texture, like you mentioned. I mean, that allows you to be a little more aggressive with the retake as well.
Garnet does get slowed up a bit, but Cosmic Divide going to be cutting a lot of this audio. Push in. Oh, the full blind Lightning Fast. He sprays and it gets past. What is that?
The confidence from Lightning Fast just to trust that he's going to get someone.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Sushi Boy's spike now planted, but he gets immediately destroyed. Lightning Fast with the showstopper takes him down. Will fall to Cruz over the garage. He does find a secondary elimination. So a bloody brawl here on the B site, but in the end, it's going to be Global with Aaron and Bazzi standing tall, bringing it now 5-2 and stopping Talon from being able to find immediate value off the back of that timeout.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, off of the timeout, this was the plan, was use Cosmic Divide and then push through before the plan fully completes to really counteract any sort of rushed retake from the defenders. But Global Esports is ahead of it. What I was going to comment on was the fact that Monyet was already in position over there by Ali, but Lightning Fast, he just says, he does catch him right at the end, but he was still in prime position there.
I mean, by the time he saw him, the guy was already dead.
Yeah.
He was just happening to hit that spray perfectly, and then immediately up over the top, finds the Viper. It's a great way to just drop that pick quickly and ensure for the clean retake. And you can hear they are fired up right now.
I mean, you're playing your debut match. You've been waiting to come here, join your team in Seoul, South Korea. Now you're given your chance and you're popping off. What a better, there's no better way to start your career here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah. I mean, you can't imagine, how the hunger, really, sitting back at home waiting for that passport to arrive so that you could finally fly out, join in with the rest of your team, and then get prepped to play. Double drop here. And Event, Garnets, and Fox just checking things out, see if there's a forward hold. Lightning Fast, though, pushing up, ends up getting caught. That Boombot crucially does not spot Moniette, but they're not moving towards him. They're shifting away. However, he is nearby. Depending on when he wants to strike, this could be monstrous. For now, Moniette going to be nullified. Suppress coming in. The Seeker finds him, and he just rushes in for the kill. He finds the second. Moniette is an absolute god. He cannot be slain.
I mean, that's already so much damage done, right? You have to spend time for the res. Of course, now Batsy, the only one left alive, but he's correctly gambling on this. He wants to go over to B.
Baz is going to be looking for it.
30 seconds left.
Made the check close at stairs. Plant coming down, and basically I'd say new age default. As he starts inching his way forward. Spots one. Close there. Up on top of the rafters, however, is Pat, so we'll be able to shut him down. So we'll just go ahead, back and forth, trade some blows. Talon keeping it close.
Yeah, I mean, Moniette, right there when he was trying to get the flank, he chooses to run right as the Seekers pop. So the Seekers plus the no command, he's doing that kind of noise against them. And he gets the second one as well, which was the really impressive part. But unfortunately, of course, I think Garnett's actually being caught there. It baits Batsy into thinking that it's going to be a different position. He doesn't even think about checking over on the rafters, and Pat will clean that round up.
Still, though, costly. And Talon, at the very least for Global here, they have not allowed for Talon to really build up much bank. At the moment, just Fox with 2,500. Looking the most well off. Flash out into mid, really heavy presence. 4-man stack to check forward there from Global.
Yeah, they do this about halfway through their defending half every time we've seen them so far. Now, they did not see the spike, so they just confirmed that there was no mid presence, so not too much info gained. That allows them to also just safely default back in position. But once again, the setup is, let's just keep mid control, right? I mean, you have the support potentially from both Moniette and Batsy to make sure Lightning Fast can get out alive over through B Heaven if need be. Oh, they're going to try to pinch.
Oh, that flash does not connect. Garnett's shifting away, but his crosshair placement off as he tries to go for the re-swing. Pat will be able to find Moniette, but then Bazzi picks up a second, and that is going to be the spike location now confirmed. Seekers chasing in. Confirm that Fox is here, has recovered it. In the meantime, they're well aware about this flank coming through from Heaven.
Yeah, and they know where all three members are. The Seekers all died in different positions.
Lightning Fast, he goes aggro, he swings in. Now they know that Bazzi's back sight. He's able to stabilize, finds one, gets caught in the gravity well.
Slowest time with
the
the
flash.
flash.
Flash for flash, but he's got the jump. Bazzi with 4. Brings us now into 1v2. Cruz surrounded. Picture on the long flank about to arrive in garage.
Just trying to make sure you can create these angles that are beneficial to him. He doesn't have time, though.
Yeah, he's just walking through it.
Now he has to get back through.
He's planning right on the edge. About a second to spare, and Aaron, he knows. Says, with that much time, you're planning right on the edge of this hallway. Swings back in, closes the round, 6-3. Global keeping their lead with a decent stretch here.
Yeah, and if you just look at the way they move around the map, right? The fact that they push out into B garage there, right as Lightning Fast once again confirms that the Trailblazers is trying to control mid, because that signifies to them, okay, they emptied mid in the beginning, now they want to retake control, so they have to have emptied out of a different part of the map. I mean, the way they are reading the ebb and flow of their opponents on the side of Talon is just so good, and this is something that we've been praising Global Esports and especially Aaron about for his calling.
Okay. Pit down. I was wondering whether it was going to be invested in this round or in the future, but they say, we're not taking any chances. We already got thriftied once. Just go ahead and pop it now. And I mean, Moniette, something about him and just sprang into mid. He just continues to find kills. The third one for him. And Cruz will be able to limp away, it seems. Actually, he's looking to re-aggress. At least get across the sewer.
Yeah, they know that there's no way for Talon to come through this pit if you're just constantly spraying. I mean, you have 2 members. And what I love that whenever they do this for Global Esports, it's Moniette who aggresses, not the Viper. And Aaron's got to finish it off.
Yeah, all too easy for him. Gets that highlight. The decay just working him lower and lower, and it's a flawless round. And a now, very much unbreakable bank here for Global with 2 more rounds to be played out.
And let's remember that this is off of 0 operator buys as well, right? They've never had to take the risk of pushing out with an operator to control one side of the map. This is all purely off of just correct spraying, correct macro, and then some great individual plays as well from the likes of Lightning Fast.
That's great. Rifling. And it's a good point. Hadn't really even considered that we just haven't seen any ops at all. Oh, he hits his head on the beam.
Yeah, flashed as well, so I think just kind of throwing him off just a bit. Has to use the showstopper to check close.
Yeah, that'll give you a concussion. Now flash through. They'll find the site is widely empty at the moment, but the Global member's not too far off. Dog for dog close up here.
Yeah,
We'll go ahead and back away as the spike gets planted.
Now, of course, that counter Trailblazer does mean that Bati gets to keep control of Alley. That doesn't allow Talon to push off of it. So now they are going to have to just fill the site. Now, the question is, do they go for a bit of a flank here through mid?
It's an answering Cosmic Divide. It cuts the site in half horizontally.
And they're positioned to cut off anyone from B main as well.
Garnet's still within the smoke. Do they read this? Fox going to be taken down, and they will eventually flush him out. Pat able to answer back 1, but this leaves suddenly Sushi Boys all on his lonesome on the opposite side of the Cosmic Divide, and there's just nothing to be done. An 8th round snatched up, and he won't even be able to hold on to the weapon. Global looking terrifying here on the defending side.
What a great retake setup, right? You make sure that Bati uses his utility to keep Alley. Then you flood Heaven, but then you cut the site in half the other way horizontally, which means, okay, now that we have control of Alley, they have to only fill the site and go out through main. But if we keep members on either side of the wall, the members from main can't progress through the Cosmic Divide to stop the spike defuse. I mean, this is all planned out perfectly from Global Esports.
I mean, we've been singing his praises for a while now, but it just... Aaron's calling has just been getting better and better.
Yes, I think that's the biggest part, right? We always knew that, he had some good experience on it and he had proven himself to a certain amount, but the fact that he's improving every match they play here week to week in VCT Pacific means that he's really growing up to be a very formidable IGL.
Yeah, I mean, already we knew, especially defending side, that he is
yes.
very well versed in that regard. We'll see how that continues as we shift over. And we finally do have an operator. Texture's got one in hand, and he's putting it to good use immediately. Sushi Boy's going to be taken down.
Well, if there's anything that you can really count on Texture for, no matter the situation, it's going to be his opping. And, I mean, even though you suspect that he's on top of the wall, what can you do when he's got the better angle with the operator?
Oh, okay. Good hold. Foxy jiggling back and forth, eventually decides to just hold the angle, finds Bazzi as well. And I was going to mention, it was like the last time that Sushi Boys died first, GE lost the round. We'll see if that happens again.
Well, they're primed a little bit better than they have been. Of course, the res finally coming through. Going to be able to cycle out that weapon as well for Texture if he wants to switch to a rifle. And Aaron starting things off with another kill.
Oh, darn it. I mean, seeing Aaron wants to push the issue, but does overswing. There's no one coming out of Raptors to find that punish, but in the end, it won't matter. Lightning Fast will finish off Cruz with the paint shells, and it's going to be a 9-3 half for Global.
I mean, you can say all you want, that split is a defender-sided map, and it still is here in the Pacific despite the map changes ever so slightly. However, 9-3, this is one of those scorelines where if you don't win the pistol, you're in trouble.
Yeah, this could be very, very brutal here. We'll see, though. I mean, for now, Global just look unstoppable. The way that they're playing this, it's just pretty much getting the better and outpacing and outshooting Talon at every twist and turn.
Yeah, and let's say it like it is, right? Yes, overall, their calling in general, first of all, the foundations always seem to be there. The theory seemed good. But the reason that they weren't rated as highly before at the start of VCT Pacific was because the execution was lacking. Either not all 5 players were really playing, in form, or their communication was just a little off, right? The utility wasn't really in sync. But that has been growing week to week, and now the fact that they can bring in Lightning Fast to start on his debut map here in VCT Pacific 1 week after he lands in Seoul, and this is the performance we're getting, this is very promising for the squad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can tell. he was not resting on his laurels while back in India. He wasn't just waiting around for that passport to arrive. He's been grinding. Yeah. That's for damn sure. And now, just a couple more rounds to go. I mean, you get the pistol, you're effectively looking at, almost being guaranteed to get up to 11.
Yeah.
2 more, and you close out, and that's map 1 done in a very quick amount of time.
Yes, I mean, yeah, it hasn't been that solo. I mean, part of it, of course, Talon always kind of forcing the issue because for the first half of this attacking half for them, they had to use so much just to gain information about Global Esports, and then they just had to kind of run in an obvious call as a rush with 5. And Global Esports, they were always prepared, and if they weren't already set up, you know, to counter them 5v5, they were make sure they were in position to buy time. I mean, yes, things like the ace helps from Magnet in the pistol round. There's no lying about that. But again, stuff like that has been consistent, right? It's not just like that one round that bought them the entire half.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can do it again on the attacking side. Double aces, match Forsaken, but pistols only.
That would be a record for sure that I don't think would be beaten anytime soon.
Speaking of records, I mean, let's go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room right now as we go into the pistol round. It's global.
Oh, yeah, that's
It's global esports. Their pistol win rate from lock-in till now is absolutely superb.
It's incredible. Yeah, if you include lock-in, by far the strongest pistol team here in Pacific. See if they can do it on the attacking side. The setup right now, again, it's just to watch out for any sort of pushes over from Talon. I mean, literally both, and all across the map, they're waiting for pushes over in mid. They're also trying to bait out the utility use from Talon while not getting spotted by it. I love the way they're doing this. Aaron, the only one getting spotted by that 0 point over on A.
Here.
Slow and steady to start things off. And just as an update prior to this map, 10-6 in Pacific, and then if you add the 6 pistol round wins from lock-in on top of that, 16-6.
16-6 is a ridiculous stat for just pistol rounds.
Yes. So, quite good. And compare that to Talon's without lock-in stats, 4-10. So you're looking at a 10-6 versus a 4-10.
Yeah, I mean, just flipped on its head, really. I mean, that just shows the dominance that Global has had, and the setup is good once again. I mean, just because they got no information, Talon was actually so scared to push out. Of course, they're playing on their back foot as well. Now that guiding light, thankfully, buys just enough time for Backup to arrive. Sushi Boys, he needs to stay alive here. Just hold on to Vents. That's all you need to do.
Lightning bow. Okay.
Bit of a mishap. Now, if that happened in the very first round, we could say, all right, you know, first time Jitters on the stage, but he was playing so well in the first half.
You know, there's not much excuse for that one, but we'll see if the rest of the team can go ahead and make up for it. Texture gonna look to boost over top of the wall. Garnet's waiting nearby.
Yeah, he
thinks about the paint shells, decides to wait. Jump out, will get tagged down to 52. They're running out of time. They have to get this plant down. Cruz able to find an elimination. Garnet's gonna be taking up 2 more for himself. And in the end, seems like a bit of an overcook here from the side of Global. They go ahead and they drop the first pistol in the series.
Yeah, I mean, losing your Raze in a mishap like that obviously hurts, especially in a single duelist on a map like Split. Not many other ways that you can get through. Goes just a little too far forward. I think his paint shows he intended it to really land back at the door, and it just kind of lands on the box there, so he gets caught off guard.
I think he was willing to eat the damage. The problem was the vulnerable that he took from the snake bite.
Yes, that's what it was.
So he took way more damage than he was anticipating.
Yeah, that's got to be it, because he was right at the edge there. Well, they're just going to have to shake that off now. Of course, just going to save full here on the second round of their attacking half, going with all classics.
Again, heavy presence here in mid. Just Texture splitting off over towards Garage, seeing if there's any forward aggression on that side of the map.
Taking that back.
Boombot let loose by Garnet. So just let Lightning Fast clear it. They start drifting over. Pings are coming down, and no one is occupying the site itself, but there's 3 members nearby, all up in heaven.
Now, they don't have a sage wall either, right? So they're just going to have to rely on nothing, actually, because we don't have any stars ready for Magnet. I was going to say the single star for Magnet, but it's not going to happen. They're just going to have to creep in.
Starting to walk across, takes a couple attempts, but Sushi Boys will find 2 kills in the end. Gets himself a 3rd as well. See if they can get this plant, but I mean, Spike out in the open. Tucked away here on the side is Aaron, and he gets both of them in the head. Sets up for Bazzi to do at least a bit of damage, but being tagged down to 36. Cruz now being reinforced by Fox up in the rafters. Yeah, that will be the closeout. So a singular kill found here in the eco round from Global. Talon, they pick up 2 in a row for the first time. And, you know, they're getting off the ground.
Yes, and, you know, we talked about how, obviously, it was going to be so tough when they didn't win the pistol. But now that you've won the pistol and the continuing round, you know, the anti-eco, that means that you're actually in okay position here on Split, right? If you can just continue and make sure that Global Esports has to actually work for their attacking side, then you should be able to at least buy enough time to get somewhere to a scoreline like a 9-10 or 11-9, something like that.
It's got a brief look to Bazzi's stats, having a not fully silent carry performance, but his impact definitely being felt. 17 kills is what I saw.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fragging out. I mean, we were talking about this before the match started, where Bazzi, sometimes he's not the fragger, but his flashes are so good. Today, the frags are on top as well.
Oh, the gun barrel scene.
Obscure pulling them
Jump in, gets a couple taps. They are able to exit.
Well, Lightning Fast, very thankful that it's a Bulldog on the other side.
Barely surviving, but not really able to inch their way forward onto that site. See where they decide to end up now. Goes for the creep up. Moves up, and I mean, this mid position, fence widely abandoned. Turns from the flash. Looks like he will just go ahead and get situated, tucked away by himself, while the rest of the team gets go ahead and get stacked up over here at A main.
Yeah, now usually this setup would allow you to rotate to B if need be after taking control of Heaven, but with the timer at 30 seconds, they're actually going to have to commit just one way or the other. You can't dilly-dally up here in Heaven. Now that Snakebite's going to buy enough time where they can't possibly rotate.
It helps slow things up, but the spray through the wall, Texture will be able to find Sushi Boys. Now that'll drop. But yeah, they need to try to make something happen here pretty quick. Lightning Fast getting tagged up mid-air. Pat able to find Aaron. Landing into the back of sight. It does end up being evacuated, and now they can go ahead and get this plant down as Bazzi looks to offer up some healing to the rest of his teammates. Everybody back to 100.
Well, they are all stuck, though. They're going to have to scurry away. Garnett's with the judge. He wants to take control of Elbow, and he's good for two!
Oh my God! Garnett's off the top rope. Able to find two. Bazzi now last man standing, and he's good for it. Bazzi, what did you eat today? A triple kill to clutch it and deny Talon from converting. What a play.
I mean, once Garnett's had that perfect play with the judge on that raise, I thought the retake was going to be a piece of cake, but Bazzi is just a different animal today.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, he's getting pressured from the flank, down to 3 bullets even. And with that last bullet,
okay, so
he closes it.
Yeah, the first kill on Garnett's is just patience and determination. Then it's game sense, knowing that the shots were coming through the screen, but then it's reaction time at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the full package you want in one of your players here in the VCT.
Wow. What a way to end that around. And I'm sure Eraser at a certain point, I mean, he probably called the timeout beforehand.
Yes.
And then he was like, oh, actually, well, all right, well, I'll talk to him anyway. This is my first timeout burn. I've got 2 to use in the second half, so we'll go forward with it. But oh, so very close. Still a lot of damage dealt there by Talon.
Yes.
So only 1 rifle going to be held on to. So this still puts Global in a bit of a tricky situation for their attack. We'll have to see what they decide to do.
Yeah,
Bazzi
I mean,
does have those Seekers online.
Yes, I mean, that's the big thing, right? So probably the timeout itself, Eraser, that wasn't going to change one way or the other. He's fine with it. But the content of it might have changed now that the Seekers are online. So even though you only have 1 hero rifle, you're actually going to put it on Lightning Fast. If you're going to put it on your entry, this has to be a rush in, right? I mean, you're just relying on him getting a kill. Even if he gets traded, someone else picks it up, and they can continue that phantom forward.
But look at where their money is at. This is like inverse Carmine Corp. They have so much money. They're not even buying down towards a reasonable degree.
Oh, Lightning Fast not able to dodge that one, but he gets covered.
The
from
covering
Texture.
fire is there from Texture, and then he gets the blind off just in time for Sushi Boys to push the wall.
Lightning Fast and surviving full flashes. Name a better combo because he's doing it constantly.
I don't know how he's getting away with it, but he absolutely should not be. The covering fire is perfect from Texture, and I'm talking about how little they bought, and now I'm thinking about how big their bank account's going to be after this one.
I mean, yeah, this is one of those ways where they can say no matter what ults they get, we're going to get match point first, no matter what. And Monette already on the flank, on that little screen on our right.
And they are not necessarily reading this.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, the crossfires are so
Take
good.
him down, and Monette swings out the fine box, and there you go. The 11th round locked in. Global making the most out of their timeout and pulling off, frankly, a miracle.
Yes, I mean, I don't think that was the round they had in mind, right? That was the picture they painted during the timeout. I think, especially with how fast they went with just the double blast pack coming out from Lightning Fast, I think the idea was just strike hard, strike fast, let's do as many trades as possible, continue to let the Phantom be picked up by someone else, and then if we can get a plant, great. If it comes down to like a 3v3, maybe then we use our Seekers. But Yeah, it works out with a double kill start.
It's so mind-boggling. Around where you have one rifle carried over, you give it to your Raze, he gets full flash, and then saved by a bunch of dudes with classics. They weren't even buying down sheriffs, you know, buying to 2100, buying to 1800 to 1600.
Yeah, which they had the money for, yes.
They just were like, no, buying nothing. And it worked.
Oh boy. Well, somebody send this VOD over to our favorite egg and perhaps our team over there in EMEA as well, because lessons to be learned here. Oh, Foxy. The way they set up their crossfires and baits, right? They know that if they're not going to be tagged, someone has to push out on the side of Talon. They have no other way of continuing to gain information. Now, the pin is a desperation move just to buy time.
Yeah, he's going to throw this in. Does not have a judge to try to hold it with, just the stinger. But, I mean, they could just say, screw it, reroute, go through mid, cut over towards B site.
They know where he is, too, because of the Trailblazer. And the fact that the Trailblazer was used right away allows them to get into heaven, right? That means that they don't have to worry about him holding close with something like a judge.
But, yeah, I mean, he's just kind of contained. Now has to abandon the pit. That'll get dropped in a moment. Yep, can't get back in there in time. So it does go down, and, I mean, this tells him exactly where he is. They know he has to be ramped now.
Yeah, because he didn't come back into sight, that's for sure. And now Vents has been taken as well. Oh, Sushi Boys does win the fight against Texture. A little bit of hope.
Catching him on the opposite side of that wall.
Oh, the rifle's still in favor of Global Esports.
Into a 4v4. Lightning Fast tucked away here. Pings out, knows that somebody's playing up top, and now Pat doing his damnedest to try to flash himself in through that back elbow, but the end will fall. Garnet's with 2, Cruz with 1. Suddenly it's all on 1 yet. To try to finish things off, he's going for a reload! And the Sushi Boys will take him down. And it's another just unexpected turnaround here with Talon being able to close out the round. They're denying that match point away. 1 second exactly remaining on the spike. And this one just slipping out of Global's hands.
Yeah, but guess what? They didn't buy anything in the previous round, so they still have about 2 rounds worth of creds here that they can full buy coming into the next one. So not too concerned, but it is important to mention that, again, there is a big difference between match point and just being at 11, right? Because match point at least guarantees overtime. You can be a little bit more lax with what you want to go through in the future rounds. Whereas 11, at a certain point, you're going to feel the pressure of, okay, we got to take some risks to secure that match point.
Let's have. It's been bizarre. And I mean, and look at their money. They're still fine.
Yes.
GE is still so well off. Absolutely insanity. The Sushi Boy's going to be driven forward. Takes a little bit of damage from the paint shells. Trailblazer, yep, it identifies and gets the fight as well. And I think Fast pushes up to find the kill.
Yeah, there is going to be good cover and trades from Pat, though, but that does mean they still lost their Viper, right? So a crucial agent in terms of simply buying time in a certain section of the map.
But Sushi Boy's dying first.
Statistically, that does lead to some wins here for Talon.
It's looking good.
The win conditions have been met. We're on course for another victory.
It's just that sacrificial lamb. Aaron now going to be tucked away. 2 people getting ready to push in. Do they
suspect
read this? Oh, well, looks like the answer's going to be yes, but Aaron doesn't suspect there's a second.
Yeah, I mean, Pat, you know, trading in mid, trading in A, he's doing the most he can.
Oh, boy.
Oh!
How does Munyan win that?
Well,
the man's pushing out. He jumps over the showstopper.
30 seconds.
What is happening in this map?
I mean, does he just have a special ability called Super Jump? Because he jumps over the spray, then he gets boosted up by the Sage Wall, which that was what really threw off the aim. But then he jumps over the showstopper.
Like Mario jumping over a bullet bill. So casually. And now they know exactly where Pat's at. He's going to try to flash for himself, swings in, will get 1. But in the end, it's a team ace as Bazzi finishes the job and brings it to map point. William, what in the hell am I watching?
I have no idea. And here's the thing, I mean, well, let's watch it from his point of view. Just jumps off the wall. Wow. And here's the thing, if that showstopper had landed actually on that wall directly next to him, he would have died, but it actually goes right towards the Siege Wall.
I think it might have actually gone past him on the side rather than under him.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Either way, it looks really funny.
Wow. I mean...
And if I'm Garnets, I'm pissed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is something that tilts you even just a little bit, no matter what position you're in. And And here's the thing: if they were barely scraping by wins, maybe we joke about, okay, the heroics are coming into play. But the thing is, even without that, they've had such a good lead, and on top of that, this is just salt in the wounds.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, another stinger here in the hand, Sushi Boys. Let's just flush out any kind of vent pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, you have Cruz at 1 point away from the Cosmic Divide, but they don't have the firepower to confidently push out, secure a part of the map, and then secure the ultimate orbs. I mean, you look at the map, they're playing so far back as if they have the perfect retake set up, but they don't. I mean, they have the null command, but the way they're positioned, I mean, they're flooding A site, they have a member in B site. You're just trying to hope that you win your duels when the entry happens on the side of Global Esports.
There.
Slowed down, 40 seconds remaining. Wall, just a cut off fence. They'll start storming their way in towards heaven. Lightning Fast getting cut off, everybody backing away from the paint shells. No damage really taken. See if they can get themselves in here. Oh, the vulnerable is out. Garnet's able to deal with Lightning Fast quite quickly. Last pack as well takes Aaron down to a sliver of HP. The second one intercepted by Texture, but Aaron, despite having 3 HP, managing to find a kill.
They know where he is. Oh!
Pat now needs to win it out, and he cannot. Monyet is the last man standing. Will find a third kill to go ahead and finish the map. 13-6. Global on their map selection of Split, making it look easy.
What an impressive show of skill here from Global Esports. I mean, this is, I'll be very honest, I think this is the type of play a lot of people joked about Global Esports being able to succeed in this season, right? Yes, the potential was there, but how are you going to build that up so fast by getting over the language barriers, getting all these jet mains, play something else? And of course, we even have some fans over from, Oceania cheering for Ronsky. Of course, I mean, he's been putting up great numbers in the previous matches as well. But then now you put in Lightning Fast for at least Split. We'll see if any changes happen in the coming maps, but everyone continuing to grow individually, and then the comms and calls just perfectly insane.
That they were. I mean, what a way to start off the map. Monyet from the very beginning, the ace jumping over the showstopper, the spray downs in mid through the Viper's pit. Guy was having a whale of a time, but Bazzi as well. I mean, there was not really a weak link, it seemed like, in this iteration of Global on this map. Everybody looked absolutely drilled. Aaron, widely, his reads were fantastic. I think aside from Lightning Fast jumping into his own nade while being vulnerable from a Viper's fight, that's kind of the only big mistake that we had seen. And for a guy making his debut in Pacific for the first time after not being here until a week ago, I think he played incredibly well.
Oh, absolutely. We got to give him huge props. But I like that you mentioned that there was not a single weak link, right? Even though, sure, Aaron may not have been, fragging out because he doesn't have to. But on that side, and we should note that in previous matches we've seen, Aaron sometimes he would get caught off guard a little bit, right? Focusing on that IGLing. I'm going to say, okay, well, you know what? He is the IGL 1 or 2 rounds. The mistakes can happen. But this time he's always hanging safely while calling for his team and making sure his teammates are set up to win these trades and duels.
Yeah. Well, fantastically done. That's one map out of the way. Global, if they want to get their first match victory under the belt, so they're going to have to show us Icebox, show us what they do have prepared for that map. Yes, I ditched the jacket. I felt like I looked like a Bible salesman with it on. So,
well, you know what? That also map was very fire, so totally
exactly.
understandable. It is actually kind of warm here. I actually wish I had taken my jacket off now that I'm looking at you. But what an incredible map. And I like that you mentioned also we haven't seen the Icebox yet from Global Esports. That we have seen it several times from TLN. Of course, the last time they finally picked up the Harbor composition, they were trying to make it work for themselves. They did get a victory, even though I would say not off the back of the Harbor utility.
Yeah, well, it's time to... We'll see how all that goes. But it's time to go to a commercial break, and then the desk is going to break everything down. I won't spoil what's going on, but there might be some movement on stage. I'll leave you with that. We'll see you guys after the break.
Over on B.
Oh, Grandpa goes to
he's still alive.
But I mean, Garnet's not paying attention as much yet. Oh, he's doing it again.
Oh, no!
On 4K.
I mean, this paint shells. He's going to buy so much time again, and he gets 2.
Does get a nice little headshot in. Sushi Boy's going to be down here.
Going to get spotted as
POV.
And Aaron's still alive.
Swing over towards the cross.
This
audio. Push in. Oh, the full blind lightning. Takes him down. Will fall to Cruz over the garage. Just find it. Suppress coming in. The Seeker finds him. And he just rushes in for the kill.
Oh, my God.
Crosshair placement off as he tries to go for the We already got thrifted once. Let's go ahead and pop it now. And I mean,
but yet too aggressive. Stop the Viper. And Aaron's got a
Holtby died first. Over swing. There's no one coming out of Raptors 2. They're running out of time. They have to get a plant. Walk across, take a couple of attempts. They'll find 2 kills in the end. Yes, they need to try to make something happen here pretty quick. Lightning Fast getting tagged.
The judge, he wants to take control of the elbow, and he's good for
New Cruz with 1.
Okay. Okay.
You're watching VCT Pacific, and we just completed Map 1, and we can see why Global Esports made DRX sweat just a bit on this map 2 weeks ago, because they won this one.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
I think it was
just a bit. Talon was struggling there.
Yeah, I think it was quite a bit for GE versus DRX on this map, especially. GE shows that they have that structure. They have those procedures in knowing how to take map control, and also in retakes, especially during this first half against Talon.
Yeah.
And it was, you could see there was also a bit of a skill diff with the individual plays from Manyat, from Batsy, like these big highlight reel individual clutches that won rounds for GE when it looked like they had no business winning them. So it's a lot of different things. I think you're absolutely right that overall, like, the map control is better. You can see there when they move to their attacker side, they basically have like such a good read on how to get into A, how to utilize the space that they're given from the side of Talon to get the plant down and then kind of work from there. So I was very pleasantly surprised with this. I mean, I've been talking Batsy up for a while, and you can see why. He's a very, very strong player. I got to watch him a lot over the last couple of years, whether he was on Crazy Raccoon or on Slayers. I know what this guy's capable of at his best, and it is a high ceiling.
Yeah. He made a real showing today. Now, we did talk about today being Monday, and Monyet definitely showed up straight off the bat in round 1 with a
Just
classic.
a Monyet Monday.
Just a Monyet Monday. You're not even kidding. I mean, look at how he played this. 2 stars. One of it wasn't his, but he ducked out of it, came back around the pillar, got 2 right clicks, got another one, and he finishes off with an ace. This is just a first freaking round. How do you... I know it's Monday, but that's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. With an Iron buddy, too. Like, Iron ranked people everywhere were like, yeah, Monyet's my hero. It was pretty cool.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. He's just spectacular.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like we just had gotten settled into our seats to watch the match, and all of a sudden it's like Monyet ace. And I'm like, well, here we go again.
Yeah.
Like, we're just
On
right
Split.
back to square one on Split. That's exciting. I mean, he's clearly comfortable on that map. We've seen him work, especially that B pillar, to perfection. He gets how to, the movement's supposed to work, the timings happen. Clearly, it's a map that he is super comfortable
Something about those right clicks, kind of like shotguns, right? Because remember, that's how he performed with the Judge and
That's
Shorty.
true. Yeah.
That's Monyet's thing.
Yeah, Monyet and the Judge, I don't know, any gun in his hand. Actually, with the Phantom in his hand, too. There was one round, whenever they try to push mid, Monyet's around. That's a little dangerous. Aaron, too, just had really good reads.
Yeah, no. I thought Aaron really called a really solid game here. So it's a Viper's Pit off the rip, and they kind of read that there's going to be a push up here. So you can see there's an Astra Star in here, and Monyet's just going to push. He doesn't even pop it, really. He's just spraying through. They know that they're collapsing in there, and Monyet's good for 3. So this is just a great read here, and then he's just going to go for that grab well just in case somebody's lurking around there at the end, or maybe it was a Nova Pulse. I couldn't quite tell, but regardless, it's just a great read here. They know the tendencies of these teams. They know a lot of particular teams like Talon. When you throw down an early Viper's Pit, they want to get in it and just wipe it off the board. So that way they can reestablish some map control, not be limited to just basically on Split, right? 2 lanes that you're allowed to go down. So this is just Aaron calling a great defensive side as usual.
And it's also blocking off the middle passageway, which is so crucial because when teams are able to take this, they get to set up a bit of that split push that I think Talon was really trying to go for. But as we could see in that clip, it was definitely blocked off by Monyet and his Viper's Pit.
Yeah, I mean, Talon also had a couple of, they had some, you saw a bit of Talon power there. They had a couple of, good rounds where they took up space, especially one particular post-plant round. You were remarking on this, how well they did.
Yeah, they really tried to. I mean, the round actually started off with Global. I think it really shows how much thought they put into their strats, because you can see on the mini-map, this is a Global attacking side. They started off with that Trailblazer just to clear out vents, and then we have Lightning Fast actually pushing deeper in to set up for that split push. They even used a Hawk just to clear out Mail to prevent Talon from pushing back in. Meanwhile, all this happens, they actually got Talon to spend up their utility, and then they have this Viper's Pit up on towards the A side. They started pushing in together as a squad, taking down Heaven, taking down side, pushing past main. They managed to get the spike down pretty soon. What was good from Talon here is this positional play from Pat, who was hiding up by Hell the whole time. He managed to take out 2, and then comes the retake. We have Garnett's coming in with a blast pack and a Judge up on elbow, but this is what happens with Batsy.
Yeah, this guy individually absolutely nuts. There's a reason he was a duelist for so long. It's because his reactions are so good. And I just gotta say, a lot of people were calling for Batsy to be the one potentially that's removed from this roster. Absolutely not. You are dead wrong. This guy is absolutely insane. He is clutch with his shooting. He's great with his utility. Like the casters have been talking about. I love the way that he's not a selfish player. He's the one kind of doing a lot of the heavy lifting with the utility in the early part of the round, sacrificing it to get that space for Lightning Fast to set up that crunch at A Heaven. And then at the end of the round, he's just good. I mean, that's just pure skill.
And you need to have a player like that. You need someone who can shine in those clutch moments. When all else is gone, Batsy is your ray of hope. And like you mentioned, he's so selfless as well. He's setting up Lightning Fast, who, by the way, was kind of pretty nice on the Raze, a little bit more so than you would have expected Texture to do. But it's a good showing from Global overall. I think Talon, we got the paper.
Look at this guy. He's a.
This feels bad for Talon.
We're gonna print a poster size of that for you to put.
I'm gonna hang
in
this
your
up in my
bedroom.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
I need it signed by Batsy and everything, and I'm good to go. I love this guy. He's great.
Kiss him goodnight.
I mean, you did have him on your original roster, your draft pick
I did.
at the beginning, right?
Yeah,
So
the only one
good
I didn't
call.
have was Lightning Fast.
Yeah.
And then I threw my pen off
Your
the
pen.
desk. Yeah. I was like, that's sad. I was like, no, I'm so distracted now by the Batsy poster. Yeah.
Fuzzy. Okay, well, we also saw the debut appearance of Lightning Fast. We do know that him and SK Rossi just came in 2 weeks ago, and that wasn't a lot of time for them to get acclimated to Korea. And I mean, how'd you guys find it?
Good. I mean, not bad. It wasn't. There were a few mistakes, right? Like the paint trails that came back in his face. Look,
Yeah.
Welcome
things
to
happen.
Korea.
Yeah,
welcome to Pacific.
Yeah. Other than that, I thought he was fine. I mean, it wasn't. He was doing okay on the entries. I saw some really good blast packing, which again is the thing that, like, for me, I'm actually more focused on with Raze players. Is like, okay, cool, everybody can throw paint shells. Like, everybody can throw a boom bot. That's not hard.
Yeah.
What impresses me is their blast packing, and I saw some really good deep ones, and that's important.
Yeah.
That's how you take space as a duelist, and he's done a great job of it. And if this is how he debuts, you know, I think it's a good showing. It makes you want to see more, especially just on this map split. The fact that he's a new player, and then, you know, maybe SK Rossi comes in. I don't know. Like, Global is a team that has quite a bit of potential. On the other hand, it really breaks your heart to see talent like this, Vic.
Okay. Let's talk about talent. This is their second split map that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. Both times it has not been going well. What is going wrong? Like, what can they do better? We're going to Icebox in the next map. This Icebox is Talon's pick. I think maybe Talon might have not wanted to split either, but that was not their choice.
Hey,
what do we want to see on Icebox?
It sounds basic to say, but there's a little bit of lack of coordination. Like we saw with the triple duelist, and that was a little less surprising in a way. But clearly, like, they don't fight for space in the same way that you saw GE fighting, right? Like, there's always crossfires, almost always, for GE off the rip, whereas Talon's a lot more individual-based and
rush in.
Yeah, rush in and try to just win your peak fights and that kind of thing, and that's okay if you're really, really good, like Paper X, but like, you know, when you don't have that same level of explosive firepower that Paper X does, you know, this is, again, not to diss on anybody on Talon, but when they were at their best, in my opinion, at lock-in, was when they're playing together. Like, the utility coordination is there, and then everybody follows up on it. I'm not seeing that as much.
Yeah, I think that's something that we kind of need to talk about, or at least explore, because their performance at lock-in was the best that we've seen so far. I mean, they took down great teams. They had such a great performance. They took a map off DRX. This hasn't happened yet. Maybe, I don't know, we got to see that lock-in roster again. Maybe Pat needs to take a step back, and maybe we'll have Jit Boys and Garnett's back in. I don't know, because whatever it is that they're trying right now, going this fast and off of individual plays, they seem a bit disjointed, disconnected. It's not really working. You know, we've got Fox kind of underperforming. Garnett's, who is really great, by the way. He was the top fragger for this map, but it's kind of inconsistent sometimes. And there are just so many of these tiny things that kind of all compile. You know, the little things add up, and it really factors into this performance. On to the next map, you know, they banned Pearl. We thought they did pretty well on Pearl against DRX last week. They banned it, now we're going into Icebox. That they have to perform here, because
at least they've won on it. I mean, they got that going for them. They beat Team Secret on it, so and they look good against DRX at lock-in on it, right? But are they gonna, you know, swap it like you're saying? I think they should go back to that Garnet. I agree with you that I think the Garnet Jit Boys combo is probably the best version of them that we've seen. So maybe it's time to, as good as individually as Pat is, it doesn't seem like he's always on the same page as the rest of the team potentially. So I would like to see that lock-in roster and at least give it another shot for another week or two at the end of this, just to see if maybe that can be the future.
Right. Now we are going into map 2, Icebox, as we've mentioned. And again, today is high stakes. A team that does not walk away winning is gonna struggle to make it into playoffs. These are the two bottom ranking teams at the moment, even though both of them have showed clear potential. Now I'm very curious if SK Rossi is still going to be out, or if he's going to be coming in, if there are going to be any roster switch.
Hey, he's sitting right there.
There he is.
He's using a final mouse too.
Ooh, nice. Nice
All right.
mouse.
This is great. I mean, this is so exciting. Lightning Fast, again, played fine. I thought that was a decent debut for him. He had some great play behind him, some good shot calling, and now with Rossi in here, I'm curious to see what role he's going to fill, if he's going to continue to be that Sova like we saw at Lock-In, or if maybe they've got something else dialed up here. Yeah.
He tweeted out an interesting graphic that had Jet in it today.
Oh, really?
That's a little spicy.
Boy.
Looks like Pat's still in for the side of Talon, though. And again, like you mentioned, do or die, heaven or hell. If they don't make their way out of Icebox, then their opponent next week is going to be Zeta, who has been showing up like mad on the kill feed with Depth lighting things up. So they're in trouble, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like their roster hasn't changed, Talon. What are we expecting from SK Rossi?
He is on the Jet.
Okay. A Twitter hint, huh?
Texture on Killjoy. I mean, this has kind of been a common theme here we've seen in the last couple weeks, is that the duelists who need to shift, over for potentially another duelist go to the Killjoy. It is kind of the
Paper X.
yeah, exactly, right? Forsaken is the first person you think of that did that, right?
For sure, but I mean, apart from that, like, I guess it could kind of make sense if you just have that anchoring potential and you're able to land those shots. Duelists and Sentinels need to have that crisp aim. On the other hand, a little bit interesting is that we have the slight difference in initiators. Fox back on the Sova for Icebox, and both teams going with that tried and true now Viper Harbor composition.
I'm just watching them right now. I'm just soaking in the atmosphere right now and seeing where this is gonna go for the next possibly final map for today. It's gonna be Icebox. For game 2, we have Talon and Global Esports. Let's go talk to our casters, Achilleos and William.
Thank you very much, and oh boy, yeah. Rossi's in, and he's also playing Jet. Not going to be on that initiator position like we saw from him over at Lock-In. I mean, the last time we saw him play Duelist was in the what was it, the Gecko show match.
Oh yeah, actually, you're right. He did play it there.
So
I forgot about that.
That was pretty much the last time. So it's been a good long while, but the team putting their faith in him to be able to deliver a win, to put up some solid numbers, and also in Texture to show this Killjoy.
Yeah, I mean, very curious about both of them, right? I mean, Rossi, obviously, he's played Jet through and through, but how is it coming back? And now in this roster setup. Also curious to find out, Global Esports, they're playing the composition that Loud showed off when they started to integrate Harbor back at Lock-In. Meanwhile, Talon, they're showing the comp that DRX started to show off with the Harbor back at Lock-In. The big difference being the Sky and the Sova. The Sky allows you to really kind of double team with the Jet and play a bit more aggressively. You can flash through your own walls of smoke as well, while the Sova, of course, is going to secure a little bit more info and has a little bit more post-plant utility.
Well, it's another first here for Texture. The Sage, something that we hadn't seen before, looked quite good. Now he comes out with the Killjoy. So first Sentinel appearance for him here today in his career. For now, heavy presence from Talon, who are first on the attack, drifting over towards B. You can see there's a couple other people who are nearby. His kitchen being held at the moment by Texture. Aaron now looking to join him.
Yeah, but look at the setup once again, right? This is what I was talking about. A site, it was purely taken by the double team of Guiding Light and then the Jet to peek out. Now Aaron just has to stay alive. I mean, they purposely left the site entirely open.
And right before that wall goes up, Aaron getting line of sight, manages to go in. Takes down Garnet's. A lot of firepower left on the ground now here for the side of Talon.
Surely you suspect, yeah, that someone has come to the flank, but can they be ready for it? I mean, if the timing's right, Global Esports, they should strike from both sides at the same time.
Rossi backing away. They look like they wanted to use this dog, but instead it's going to be Bazzi picking up 2 kills.
I think it's a good call, right? You don't want to get caught with your hands out just trying to control the utility. Meanwhile, Crew's just trying to hide, but he gets caught.
They're just flooding them, and it's going to be a flawless pistol round. Might not be an ace from one yet, but pretty much everybody getting involved in this one. As the defuse will come through. Looks like they want to try to fast track those Seekers. Bazzi finding 2 kills. This will give him that 3rd charge. It's a flawless to go ahead and lock in the pistol. I mean, again, Global Esports and pistol rounds just seem to go hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying consistent. They're always good for at least one on the map, if not both, and obviously that's how they're staying with such a huge positive record. Now, I like the fact that they're prioritizing Seekers as well. When we started to see Sky really show back up, the fact that sometimes she's the main initiator or the only initiator, that means the Seekers allow you to have one extra round of really confirmed information.
Yeah, not having that Sova does give you that nice little advantage here. At least try to shift the balance back into your favor.
Well, Force Spy here with the Stingers from Talon. Not everyone, but everyone does buy down with the Sheriffs as well.
Pretty shallow wall here from Aaron. Not blocking off too much of anything, but I mean, the jump peaks, confirming presence at the very least. Dart quickly dealt with, not going to find much there. As Rossi going to be the one situated a little bit further forward. Looks like he wants to swing out and thinks better of it. Aaron will just send the wall towards him. Rossi goes for the push. Oh no! And I think that might just be a little bit of over-eagerness here in his debut. Does end up going down. The rest of the team now looking to hold the line.
Aaron's stuck. He does need support, but Botsy not going to stay alive for too long.
And suddenly, we're in a 2v2. Weapons recovered. Sushi Boy's picking up that Spectre. See if Pat wants to do the same. Otherwise, still does have the Stinger. Swing out now into a 1v1. As it's Monyet versus Sushi.
But Sushi did pick up the Spectre. It's just a matter of mind games.
And he's just not ready for Monyet to be in that position. Was expecting him further back, deeper into the site. So Global will be able to win this round, but at a fairly heavy cost.
Yeah, I mean, they take a big hit, but of course on the other side as well, right? Talon bought down with the Sheriffs and Stinger. So at the end of the day, I mean, normally we would say, okay, I mean, this almost is a win for Talon, but Talon's going to have to rest one extra round. Now the big question becomes, do they buy Stingers again just to try to catch back up while they, set up for half armors in the coming round?
Yeah. Well, we'll we'll ignore the tailwind.
Yeah, we'll skip that part, all right? Everyone gets one. Everyone gets one.
Still quite a bit of spending on both sides. I mean, you can see Pat down to 1,000, 1,200 for Sushi. Everybody else on the side of Global as well, putting in quite a bit of money. Only Texture with that Spectre in hand, 2,000.
Drop the spike.
Yeah, so Talon just poised to make sure they can either buy full armor and weapons or half armor with full utility in the next round.
Oh, it's a quick and easy swing out. 16 HP though remaining from Monyet. If he can join up with Bazzi in a little bit, they can go ahead and heal that away.
Yeah, they're going to have to buy time for that, and that's exactly what they do. Backs off. Texture just trying to keep screens, right? As long as you have screens and you have... Oh, Bogsy.
Well, Cruz coming up on this flank angle. Finds Aaron as well to boot. Fantastic timing from him. Drop down, however, out of Have-Been is Bazzi. Woo!
I mean, Bossy.
Man's on one today.
Definitely is. And, maybe you heard us talking about him saying, okay, your utility, your fragging may not have been great, but your utility has been top tier. Well, no longer. It's the fragging that's really putting him at the top of the scoreboard now.
It's, I believe, a 6-1 now start for Bazzi. Fantastically done with that Guardian in hand. I mean, nice casual little swing out here from Monyet to find that first kill of the round. Gets healed up and then goes right back into the front lines. So though, some good sheriffing overall from the side of Talon. Themselves a couple of kills, a good flank from Cruz as well. We saw him early up on that belt area. He drops the spike down and says, I want to go on this flank. And it ends up paying off decently well.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was the round where they're okay with just taking whatever they can. Now they're set up for their buys. They do complete the lockdown as well for Sushi Boy. So this is a chance to finally turn the momentum around on the side of Talon. They've even already taken early control of mid and a kill for Garnets.
Very nice. Garnet's not setting off that turret. Goes for Aaron first, finds it, then deals with the KJ util. And oh, Pat just barely did not see Rossi there. And he's able to just ADS in, get the headshot.
Yeah, but this is what you can start to do when you have this double team of the Sky and the Jet, right? You can send in that deep flash with the guiding line, set up your Jet, and be prepared to provide some backup from any position because of the way that her utility works. I mean, you can get quite a bit of distance on all of these.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing it a bit in our most recent Icebox game. EJ being able to rush forward, get these early picks outside of A. Seeker's going to be used here as we've got 50 seconds remaining. Confirm that there is enough presence over here towards the A side. Still, though, not enough for Texture.
You should run.
And Monyet to rotate across.
Now Rossi, he doesn't have the best of weapons. Oh, I was going to say not the best of weapons to take away the lockdown, but he is going to wait patiently for a kill.
Yeah, I mean, and he kind of needed that the longer that he stayed the more reliant he was going to be on needing that dash to be able to get out and avoid getting detained. So just pop that. No spray through the wall to try to disrupt this, but Rossi now on for an ace.
Oh, he wants it so bad.
In his debut map, what a way to jazz somebody up. This would certainly be it. The push out, and Bazzi steals it away.
Come on, you knew he was full flashed, my guy.
He said, oh, I'll flash for you. Just kidding. I'm flashing for me. Either way,
Bazzi.
a solid round with the Guardian. Weapon now can be upgraded. Just with the one casualty as Bazzi and Rossi leading the charge on the board. Oh, it wasn't even ADS, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's just primed and positioned. And I mean, this is one of the advantages for the Guardian. I like that, you question why do you're not going to spam through the wall. You have a Guardian, but he gets the guaranteed kill over, and then he's still able to clean house. I look down afterwards, and Bazzi's still just having that nervous smile of like, uh-oh.
I'm going to draw the ire of all of India now. Everybody at that watch party
Yeah,
booing,
the watch party.
just booing Bazzi, but widely cheering on Global.
Well, I mean, Bazzi's surely one of the spearheads today for Global as they continue to look like it might be a swift victory finally as they try to go for their first win here in Pacific.
Roping across, this will have been heard and now spotted. Garnet's dropping down just in time to avoid getting
the bite.
Getting any damage. The bite now zoning them back, and Pat, vulnerable, gets headshot, gets killed. Well, yeah, can't quite adjust to find the second, but then the dog comes in, finds one. A little bit of an awkwardness, though, as Fox takes down Garnets with his own Hunter's Fury, but at the end of the day, it's Rossi, the last man standing. The pride and hope of India now looking to bring them across the line. There's one gone.
Yeah, he has no information on the others yet, though.
Oh, well.
Spots Cruz. They heard the drop.
Cruz is walking in, but it's a faster turn there from Fox in the corner. Is able to go ahead and get Talon that first round win, but again, at great cost. Cash from the side of Global, very much banked up. Talon, ooh, it's rough around the edges. Going to be seeing some half armor and rifles coming through.
Yeah, the half armors. We'll see if that comes back to bite him, or if it's going to be just enough to kind of keep them on life support as they try to claw back in. You're a map 2, because here's the thing: they not only have to win Icebox, but they have to kind of get to map 3 to even have a chance to get their own first win.
Take a look at it now. It looks like Garnet's just going to be going for the Blade Storm.
The operator is going to hold mid, guiding
light.
Whoa!
I was going to say, he should have been able to spot Manya initially. In the end, manages to find him, get that headshot across. See how he continues to play on the entry here for his team. His walls are up, just trying to stop the push from coming through, and that's going to be the reckoning now invested from Pat.
Now, this doesn't force them to empty the site, but they're going to hear a lot of the footsteps. GES, though, they have no reason to really flank around on their own. Now, Cruz, of course, the reason they're rotating is because of that deep flank, and we saw that in the picture-in-picture as well. I mean, he faced no opposition. Do they recognize that he could be this deep already?
It looks like Aaron does as he's inching forward. Rossi now scoped in.
Oh,
the timing! He's going to turn away, and this could be a 2-for-1 if he decided to swing it, but he does not.
He's just waiting for the rotates. He just wants to bite them right in the last second. He's going to hear this. Here's the drop.
Bazzi's coming around on the opposite side, and that will at least confirm that position. And that last knife would have been enough to do it, but just can't quite find it. Cruz with a fantastic just drift through the B site into that lurk. Will finally fall. Aaron looking like, grab up the operator, go for the save.
Yeah, that's the best play you could do, right? I mean, with the operator dropped, that's what could start to hurt your economy. You say, okay, we're already down in the numbers as well. Let's just save the operator texture. He's just in a position where
could hit a timing here.
Yeah, just try to get one extra kill, try to get towards that lockdown. No, he's just going to play it safe.
Okay. Drifts back across the opposite way. We'll be all right, tucked away in kitchen. So operator held on to. Talon do find their second. This is good for them to be able to find their footing because, we're talking about how bad the economy was looking. And Aaron, oh boy, not what you want to see there.
Yeah,
complete and utter whiff.
Yeah, he was holding the angle as well, but I mean, sure, the timer was just about to run out. Maybe you were going through your comms. It looked a little shaky. Meanwhile, Garnets was decided in for the kill on the hunt here. Oh, man. I mean, just a nice movement from Garnets as well. Of course, with that Blaze Storm, that's the advantage he has in that duel.
Well, timeout now going to be used by Global. Even though they have the lead, they don't want Talon to find a way back into this. take a look at, you know, Icebox, this is, what, the third time that we've had it so far in Pacific. It has been one of the least played, if not the least played map now.
Yes, I believe so. Now that Split's been picked a couple extra times. Icebox being widely avoided, not even picked at all, usually banned out. So we'll see Global Esports. And now I wonder if they're also discussing, obviously not in this next round because they don't have the economy for it, but eventually do you try to go for this operator again? Because one of the strengths that I keep mentioning is if you have this guy in the jet, you can actually just push out together with the rifles. But if you only have the operator, you know what? I give credit, all right, to that. That takes courage to hold that right here, and then also with the dab, which I did my first dab because of depth the other day on broadcast.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I'm just, did Tyler want to get banned? What are we freeing him from?
No, Tyler 1 always wants more freedom.
I
Okay?
see.
That's what it is.
I see. He's so thoroughly American.
Well, obviously.
Never enough freedom, brother.
No, not enough for
Oh, okay. Covering fire is not as good as it needed to be.
All right, go next.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. They've been slow creeping around Garage. You don't expect them to hit this a little bit faster, but it looks like Global, they say, okay, yeah, well, we know that you guys are on an eco. We're going to push the envelope here a little bit harder than we normally do. And, yeah, Rossi ends up getting caught with the Bucky in hand.
Yeah, now.
Oh, I mean, I like the idea from Texture. You're droning. I'm going to molly you. Maybe I'll get a kill. I know you're low HP, but Pat just shuts that down.
Yeah, I'd say best attempt he could have had, and looks like, okay, they do want to stick with the op, so most likely what that means is they want to position Rossi to just hold. Wow, what a just massive firefight there, but they're going to position him to hold through a guiding light and then rotate Batsy over quickly so he can gain information either mid or on the other site. But this all relies on the fact that Rossi can get a bit of a forward position and has to be good for his first shot should Talon ever rotate back to him.
Heavy mid-presence now. 3 people ready to creep across you towards Tube, where Texture's the lone member waiting.
Oh, and Foxy wasn't spotted here through the... Oh, he's actually going to enter Garage.
Yeah, he misses this timing.
But
So
in some ways...
there's no one to cover for him.
Yeah, I mean, neither of them know surely of the other presence. Meanwhile, the site is being taken through Kitchen. A great guiding light!
Oh, Bazzy! Well, he does crucially shut down the pit. Denies that from being an entry, some entry util onto the site. And Texture now spotting, but can't swing wide enough to take down Garnets. We'll find one. Garnets now pulls off of that plant. Shuts Texture down. Sushi Boys in the meantime catching Moniette on the rotate. The op in mid needs the shot. He nails it. Dash forward.
Does he know about Kitchen?
No, he does not. Still that lurk there. Pat able to find that punish. And now it's all on Aaron, the IGL, to try to make this happen. Knows where one's at, but at this point, Garnets could be anywhere. He's right out in front waiting, and that brings us 4-4, tied up for the first time in the series.
Yeah, and an early timeout used as well. Let's remember that on the side of Global Esports, but they're actually not able to regain the momentum. Again, their pistols are always good. Their early rounds looked good, but let's say it like it is. I mean, the overall big picture idea with the operator was fine. You want to get an aggressive position, but the way you executed it, you left, you know, kind of an opening there. And obviously it was a very sliver of a timing where Foxy is able to get through. But that alone already buys enough time for the site to be overtaken, despite Batsy's heroics to try to shut down the Viper's pit.
This is a little bit concerning. I mean, granted, it's the first time that we're seeing Icebox from Global. This is, you know, that kind of debuted the map, but we've seen it from Talon before. They were able to beat Team Secret on this map when Secret had selected it. Secret, of course, you know, as we've noted many times, not having been able to win on any of their map picks yet.
Yes.
But widely, the biggest thing that concerned me is that Talon were able to get 9 rounds on the defending side. It was on the attack where they struggled.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, surely even their utility usage with their harbor has been improving since then as well. That time it was a lot off the back of the firepower of all 5 players. Today, things seem to be a little bit more in sync. So, Global, you got to start to get a bit more concerned. Now, obviously, this round, they're taking it just a bit slower on the eco. Now, this is all really to set up for Moniette, and he's already good for one.
He's got one, he gets the other. Oh, the man's biting the tightrope.
Oh, my God.
I mean, if nothing else, if Esports doesn't work out, clearly he'd be good in a circus.
Yeah, I mean, the acrobatics are there. Texture just trying to buy time. Oh, he does make sure that the vulnerable lands on him.
30 seconds left.
But not going to be able to fight back.
Cirque de Monnier.
Surkdemon. Yeah, he changed the name a little bit.
Yeah. It's a minor change up. Cruz, though, pushing forward will find Aaron. Rossi going to fall. Leaves Texture on his lonesome with the Sheriff in hand, and he's making noise. And that'll be the finisher. I mean, again, bloody rounds. They're coming up with some good kills, limiting the number of weapons that are carried over, but Talon now have a very solid bank built up for themselves here.
Yeah, they can buy whatever they want for the rest of this half, and notably, first time they're taking the lead here in this matchup against Global Esports, right? They've been falling behind ever since split. Wow, that was great to watch in slow-mo. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I know a lot of fans who have been following Monyet's career are so happy to see him perform on the global level, so credit to him. But right now, all focus on Talon. They're starting to correctly read how Global Esports wants to use this comp, especially, again, the way they've been trying to position SK Rossi's Jet off the back of that sky.
Early clear on the drone.
So what we just saw on the minimap was the fact that Cruz, I believe, gets tagged by the guiding light, but that means that Global Esports also can't push out too confidently. Cruz is just there because he knows eventually at some point the Jet and Sky have to be together. They're going to push out. You can see it in the small screen. He's just waiting for them to come fight him.
Push not coming in. Some blind shots sent across. Looking for that hit. Rossi now able to find Cruz. As the Nano Swarm gets set and cleared. Lockdown will flush them back off the site. Maybe Texture would go for the answering defending lockdown just to try to draw the stalemate. Not to beat. Aaron, so close to getting punished there through the pipes.
All right, using the Reckoning just to push back onto Snowman.
Monyet! Monyet gets boxed through pipes, finds Pat. Now Garnet's dead. Seems like Global, they do not want them to get ahead, but man, what a quick two-pop there from Sushi Boys.
So much that Sushi Boys has to do. He's just being kept, you know, his attention tied behind him because of Batsi's Sky.
Yeah, he's got to swing out wide. The initial shot on the up, it does not connect. Texture's got to back off. Suddenly, this is winnable. It would have to be an ace. He's looking for it. Texture will say no. Shuts it down, grabs the op, hands the defuse over to Bazzi. He's got just enough time to go ahead and make that work, and we're tied up at 5-5, but man, what a close round. Sushi Boy's nearly bringing that one back from the dead.
Yeah, I mean, such good finesse there, both in terms of his aim and positioning to try to bring that back to a 1v5 clutch, and he almost did it. I mean, very, very close. These two shots.
Nasty stuff.
Yeah, and even here, right, just trying to make sure he can position behind yellow, so even if he, you know, doesn't win the duel immediately, he can try to buy time. Unfortunately, he gets picked off right before he can peek behind the container.
All right, and another timeout. Just 4 rounds later. This time Talon looking to figure out how they can go ahead and get themselves back into this leading position. But again, I mean, I don't feel that concerned right now if I'm the coach. Obviously, some things to trim up, make sure that they're, you know, not making some of the little micro mistakes that we've been seeing, but given what we've seen from them on the defending side of this map, I would still be sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean, again, you also have to think about that initiator difference, right? When you're over on that defensive side, not only can you try to get more secure info, but, oh, we've got some fans watching their first ever Valorant.
Love from America.
Love to see it. Welcome, welcome. Not sure first time watching at all or first time watching in person, but either way, greetings to you.
Willkommen.
Oh, yeah, willkommen. There you go. Well,
bienvenue.
It's just all languages. Throw it all out there. But, I mean, this is a great match to watch. Now, the big question is you got to imagine that SK Rossi and Batsi, they're always going to try to look for these timings where they can continue to push out. What's the answer? Last time it was Cruz just hanging on the lurk, trying to catch him off guard, and SK Rossi wins that duel. Uh-oh, and he gets spotted.
And now he's going to go for the updraft. They know exactly where he's at. Is the covering fire going to be good? The answer is yes. Cruz able to find one, and Texture apprehensive about swinging out again. Finally decides to do so. He'll take the singular kill and back away. Seemingly satisfied, at least with that trade.
Yeah,
both Vipers down nice and early.
Wise choice from Texture. Just even the numbers, that's all you had to do, because that means it bought time for Rossi to push out again. But this time they have so many members over on Belt.
They're in so deep. And Rossi, so far forward, finds one. He's able to break that line of sight. Now draws out the knives.
Just to scout, make sure that they haven't gotten into the site yet. That buys enough time for Aaron.
Holding the corner, looking for a little bit more. Aaron will go ahead, drop the spike.
Down A.
Pat dead, Hunter's Fury getting that singular connection. Suddenly just Fox, and he will fall. Global, go ahead and pick up a back-to-back round now.
Last round in the half.
Right ahead of the last round of the half. And that lockdown still in Texture's pocket.
Yeah, just sitting there. I mean, yeah, there were a couple of rounds earlier where it might have been crucial, but now that they've drawn out the Hunter's Fury as well, this should mean that they are set up for an easy retake or just to buy time. Now, in that previous round, Rossi, sure, he had a great shot, but what really impressed me was the way he was drawing aggro, right? And just checking for intel with that updraft off of the Blade Storm. That draws out the Hunter's Fury towards him and really keeps Aaron hidden. Just great comms coming out.
Jeff Garnets. How quickly do they want to push this pace? So far, really just an alarm bot in their way. That's easily cleared. Texture waiting to see if this is going to end up being the site before he plants any of these nano swarms. And even then, expect that the lockdown is going to be the first thing used.
All right, Talon's idea is, okay, just let them push out of A if they need to. As long as we confirm the op's not here, let's just go for a 5-man stack. They most likely want to try to push in further as well, but here's the lockdown.
This is going to draw them forward. They're going to want to clear this.
Oh, absolutely.
So they're going to push the corner, try to get the destroy on it, and they do. The smoke goes down, Texture falls. Plant now getting ready to come in. Aaron going to be noted. Garnet's up top, decides not to take the fight, ends up backing away. As Aaron drops to the low ground, he will also get picked apart.
It's a great setup, and during that chaos, that actually allows Pat to hide up there in the nest, but he is going to have to leave. No, he's going to win.
Doesn't win that fight somehow. Pat able to stabilize the aim, goes down to 30 HP, sure, but wins it out. Now Rossi with an operator. What can you do? A flawless round to end the half and tie it up at 6-6. Talon, they say in it.
Wow, tied at the half, but you mentioned it, Achilles. Talon, they looked great on the other side of the map the last time they played, especially against Team Secret. I think if you're Talon, I mean, especially with how things started off on Split, you're feeling pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ever-important pistol round coming through. It's going to allow you to string together a nice start on the second half. We'll see if Global can continue to excel in that regard or if Talon will keep it even at 2-2. But definitely a more alive-looking Talon than we were seeing on our first map. Clearly, despite them electing to go to Split last week, Icebox very much more comfortable.
Wait, I thought they didn't play Split last week. What do you mean?
Oh, you're right. Never mind. Forgot. We had that collective fever dream.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, they do look a lot better. And the other thing is, what we're seeing as a big difference here is that they're making these organized calls, which is what seemed to be missing in some of these earlier weeks in Pacific, which was a little disappointing. I mean, a lot of people expected a lot from Talon off of their performance at Lock-In. Their calls were good. They were even taking very, very strong calculated risks. And then they came to Pacific. Things seemed to be in a bit of confusion. I think even Cruz said that in an interview recently as well, where they're still just trying to figure out what roles each person's going to play. Today, they're making the reads a bit crisper round to round. They're adjusting to try to keep up, if not overtake, Global Esports.
Right, well, pressure's certainly mounting here. Let's see if they can get that breakaway pistol round win, though. Talon are going to be able to answer this one back. I mean, a third map, Haven on the horizon. Who knows how that one goes down? We'll see if we can get there.
I mean, who knows who's playing if we get to Haven?
I mean, that's, yeah, another very good point. Bronski obviously waiting in the wings. Lightning Fast could come back in, play Raze on Haven for all we know.
Absolutely, that's
plenty of things that could happen. And I mean, Talon are very much in a similar situation, what with Jit Boys as well. Currently sat backstage. So if we can get to that third and final map, who knows what it all looks like. We can see Rossi, Garnets right now, fairly neck and neck between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, obviously the team score is tied, but the kill board looks a bit similar as well. Actually, just down to the wire, right, with the Jets up top, and then the Killjoys, then the Initiator. So clearly both teams just trying to answer back and forth round to round, and that's going to make this pistol round even more important than it usually could be.
Revealing area.
Recon and a fairly forward position here from Garnet. Puts a very small amount of damage in on a Texture, but he himself gets knocked down at 41. Good return fire. No kill found quite just yet. Rossi now at 33, and Cruz spotting. Let's go ahead and get the double team money. Going to be taken down now. Texture falling as well. Swing on the corner. Rossi and Aaron able to reply back. Rossi looking for another one, but just one more bullet on that frenzy steady. Would have been able to find it. Instead, it's going to be Bazzi now in a 1v2.
Now, Garnett somehow still surviving with 15 HP, but he's correctly waiting to make this a 2v1. He's just going to play kind of shield or bait here for Pat. I mean, or Pat with the better health, he could try to stand up front as Garnets tries to get the aim with the Ghost.
But he's not going to read it. Expects that wraparound's going to come through from the back Raptor. It does not, and that's going to be Talon. Second half pistol rounds going their way.
Yeah, they're splitting each half across both teams, winning one on either side. So Talon off to a good start, the start that they want here in the second half. Now, the way they set up for Cruz, and these were the kind of things that we wanted to see from Talon, right? Is if someone gets kind of spotted early, then you back out, you draw aggro, you kind of set up and bait for your teammate. Yeah, lots of excitement, but we're seeing it come alive.
Finally, something to get pumped about here for Talon. Back in with a lead. But the force buy is coming up from Global, and this is a big gamble.
Oh. Yeah, they're going to have to, I mean, this is one where they have to get the win, otherwise they may as well actually kiss the half goodbye. It's going to have a huge impact. Now, Talon doesn't go yet.
Well, they do not. They still eat a good amount. Healing is going to be there. Fortunately, they do have that Sky. Shock Dart, second one now used. Drone going to be thrown in as well. Fox just dumping any and all util that he can.
Yep.
They use the pistols to clear the drone, so they still might not have a sense that this is going to end up being a buy. Now they do.
They know.
Push up over the top again. Cruz making this play, finds one yet. So 1-for-1 for now.
Yeah, and the fact that he stays alive, this has bought so much time for Pat to just make sure that there hasn't been a rotation yet.
Has he?
What?
Managing to find two. Garnett's putting that Vandal to work. Does punish. Man advantage barely there, though. Global, a 3v2. Start rotating around. It's like Rossi going to cheat forward. No, decides to go with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't run into Pat just yet, worst case, he's on site on B. But the correct assumption would be that they would eventually group up, right? And that's exactly what Talon's going to do. So the plant will go down. The force buy looking promising so far.
Texture's going to stay on this lurk. See if anybody wants to come under tube, cut across that way. And instead can now start to inch forward and have his own flank through that position.
Yeah, Talon, the idea here is going to be use your utility, make sure you're setting up for kills for Garnett with that Vandal, and then maybe even Pat just drawing aggro with the Cove and trying to force the defuse here.
I just feel like having Texture here a little bit sooner might have been good for him. Rossi turns the corner, puts a little bit of damage in.
One enemy remaining.
Up onto the spike, they spray through, they find one. Garnett's going to fall, and there you have it. The force buy paying off dividends as the Vandal going to be recovered as well. Global will keep it tied at 7-7.
A huge win. The Vandal being free upgrades here for Global Esports. Meanwhile, the Vandal commitment from Talon, and they lose it to the force buy. It's going to have a lasting impact here in the second half.
I was worried. Texture not being there, not having those nanoswarms thrown down. I mean, we saw them kind of spraying around the spike, expecting that they were going to be there. And I was like, oh boy, if they lose because they don't have post-plant util, this is definitely going to hurt. But they do get it done. It's like Vandal's still going to be held by Aaron. Give him that added little bit of firepower as Rossi looks to push the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to make the same call that Talon did against them as well.
I think Pat may have been seen. He's going to have to use the Cove just to get himself out of there.
Well, any form of retake is going to be an absolute impossible mission here with the eco buy from Talon. Now with the Cove gone as well.
A couple darts from Fox, who's nearby. If he can read the plant position, might be able to put some extra damage in. Flash goes in, won't find much of anything. They do spot one, and I mean, one, yeah, dropping off the rope, lands on the ground, sticks his feet, finds the kill. Finds another, and there you go. A flawless round for Global to reestablish a lead, albeit likely briefly, as we go into the next buy round for Talon.
Oh yeah, Talon's ready for it. They say, all right, it's do or die time, right? And I like this call, because if you start to let things run away or you take a little bit more damage in the coming rounds, it's gonna be, you're always gonna be a round behind. So just over best, say this is, act like it's match point. By the operator, make sure you can continue to snowball it forward.
Couple fans come by, certainly riled up now. Talon, see if they can give their fans something more to cheer for, as it's a glass cannon investment from Garnets. Wrapping on the rope, drops down, he plays nice and close, scoped in. Just praying that Texture will swing into him.
All right, and now we have Foxy making sure that he's up on the nest as well on site to just scout the belt, which is going to be ever so important. That does mean Foxy also can't leave the site unless they reposition Garnett. So this is a two-person commitment to make sure that A site is practically shut down on the attack. Meanwhile, Nanoswarm placed on B default to buy time should the attack come through here.
Oh, and they get the
Wow!
collapse! Garnets, they both just swing together. That's Texture and Monyet knocked out. And that's how you even things up again. The push coming in, nearly finding Sushi. Just spot him. Rossi not able to find the kill. Pat, what a turn is that?
Oh.
He gets the third to boot.
Wow.
And suddenly, from a flawless into a flawless of their own, Talon, they continue to answer back 8 and 8.
That operator coming in and paying dividends. I mean, you placed this so early, such a good position in Garnett, getting that slight flick. Ooh, Pat, the reaction times as well.
Just nasty stuff. And this is one of the things that, while I think Pat Wiley today looking a lot better when it comes down to the Harbor util, he looked a little bit weak in that regard versus Secret, but the fragging was still there.
Yes.
And now he's delivering on both fronts, which is good.
And now, Global Esports, an important round to see if they can solve, the riddle for this operator, or against this operator, rather. Now, they do have the Reckoning and the Seeker, so good ultimates to try to flush out that weapon.
Hello. That's the thing, I don't care about this. Oh, Pat, I mean, aggressive push out. He has been going on these garage alerts. This one a little bit faster than the others. And he comes up with a kill. Aaron taken down.
Now you know that they're in mid, they have presence in mid and A. There was no one on B, so you're just hanging back on site with the operator. Garnett, he still has his tailwind as well. If he's good for one more kill and just gets out free this round, you can kiss it goodbye on the side of Global Esports.
You heard the noise. Somebody's playing up on pipes. Seeker's now going to be let loose.
He's going to wait until the last
Monyet
second.
Pushes up into the nest. Rossi will be the first to fall. Monyet trying to spam him out of position. Garnett does go ahead and exit towards backside.
Yeah, but
how do you get in here? I mean, Pat is still swinging around the backside, and they will just get cleaned up. Only Fox getting taken out there. Talon, once again, will establish a lead for themselves.
Yeah, and again, the backup, right? As soon as you hear the Seekers come through and the awareness to be prepared for that potential guiding light, he hears it start to fly in. He dodges it, Garnett. He is set up to make sure that they have to focus on flushing him out. That allows Fox to get this position. I mean, a great recon as well.
Well, getting closer and closer now to that map 3. Talon fighting back fantastically. Can't help but wonder, where was this team in your last matchup? There's the forward rush. Garnett's nearly able to find that shot, but they don't read that Sushi Boys is also going to be in this position.
Yeah,
try to swing out, but the covering fire from Talon is just multi-layered and precise. Bazzi with a nice shot. We'll find one. We'll find two. We'll find three.
Okay.
And suddenly, you got to stop pushing into this guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, that was very, very dangerous. The operator not being found yet either, but okay, Bazzi doing whatever damage he can, because I was about to say, I mean, this is kind of a crazy commitment to push forward with an operator and 3 people against an eco round. I guess you just wanted to shut it down. But this is also, if you're a Talon fan, this is the type of risk, the unexpected risk that Talon took at Locket that really threw off their opponent. So it is good to see that they have this confidence, and it was set up properly, right? You have the over-under and then the third person peeking out. So the round was most likely always going to be a win. It was just a matter of how many weapons you drop.
And they got plenty of money.
Yes.
So still going to be feeling quite decent there, albeit Bazzi now just a couple of charges away from having that next Seekers. But timeout, second one, going to be used here by Global to try to right the ship, and we'll see if it gets the job done. The first one that they called, not enough to get them the round win.
Yeah, and the other thing to consider about playing rounds like that, right, where you're just pushing aggressively, if you know you have the extra weapons and you have your trades set up, your crossfire set up where you're absolutely going to guarantee the win, is that it also denies any extra rounds from your opponents like Global Esports to read your defaults, your setups, right? It means that they just have to kind of get shut down fast and early and say, okay, that was a round wasted. We didn't do anything. We gained nothing from it. No extra ult charges, ult dwarves. Obviously, this time Bazzi getting a couple kills, but that's about it. You'd gain no more information. Now you force the second timeout, and that's denying a little bit of extra information that Global Esports can work with. Garnett's taking another new position here with the operator.
Look at the ults across the board. I mean, you want to say, okay, Global, they've got something to work with, but then you compare, and Talon's got 4, and they're not far off from the 5th. This is going to be that pit from Cruz.
And so they now know the operator is here, and considering it's got the turret, surely you suspect that it was up on that box. Pat's coming out again, but this time you already have Monette planted in the garage.
Yeah, he's behind him. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie at the moment. They just don't know it. Wall coming out. I mean, that should be called. They have to know that he's out there. Monette is not swinging back. Given that wall placement, he has to be in a forward position.
Yeah, no, surely they suspect where this came from.
Has Texture just not noticed it? He was in front, but, I mean, it makes some noise.
I don't know if they read where the angle was coming from, and then Aaron perhaps focusing on making the call to enter the site, didn't catch the very end of it, entering the wall. Either way, maybe they're just assuming that we just ignore it. Let's go with the plan that we have.
This could be everything.
No. Oh,
they're out
no.
in the open. That's the spike. He's cutting across. Aaron just does not know.
Oh, no!
And Pat strikes, and suddenly he's going to say, how the hell did this happen? Monette around the back should be able to catch him. But no. Second separating them.
Pat, he knows something's off.
He does, but he just can't quite line it up. Monette will be able to trade that one back. Meanwhile, Sushi Boys, a forward lurk.
Left.
Much like the Viper and Harbor, both now, these Killjoys, narrowly missing each other in mid.
Now, very important that SK Rossi, despite all that chaos, was able to get some form of control here in A. That's the only hope they had of taking over a site. Oh, he draws out the operator's shot as well, and that does set up for the Viper's pit.
Okay, Hunter's Fury goes across. They do complete the plan. Texture able to find Sushi Boys. Garnett's expecting this push coming out of mid. Texture wisely decides to back away. Knives now do come through.
Botsy on a hero mission to hold the site on his own.
Oh, right into the shoulder. That last one. The shorty out. Rossi able to win the fight. Garnets will just go for the blind spray. With the AWP and the Vandal in hand, call might just come through from Talon to save it. As I say that, Monette going to be taken down the pit now. Absolutely gone, but he dashes right in front of Rossi. And he never checks behind. A 2v1, a 1v1, Texture the last one.
Yeah, but
the time just not there.
Yeah, you just have to stick it.
Okay, a closeout on the round, bringing them one step closer to tying this up yet again. But still, an immense amount of util and weapons lost.
I mean, Ring Around the Rosie all across the map by all different players here in that round. And even the pit setup as well. But at the end of the day, this all comes back to the fact that Rossi gets control or some form of control on A site, allows them to get the pit down on top of the plant, and that secures the defense against the retake.
Yeah, Texture making up for his previous sins in the round. Being able to close that out for the team. And, I mean, it's the one ult invested. They get two away from the side of Talon, so in the end, definitely a very valuable round here for Global.
I've got your trail.
Hit at the ready, however. Cruz ready to utilize this as the Seekers go chasing. The walls come up from Aaron as well, looking to cut off that screen's access.
Now, Seekers and Trailblazer has cleared out the first floor of the pit, so they know they're not there.
Fox finding one, puts some damage on the Rossi, forces him to exit.
Oh, the snake bite!
Right in onto the cove, and it's going to be the shock dart that finishes the job.
Oh my God, the debuff coming in on timing there. What a good setup.
Fantastically done. Bazzi noting Pat, but they flush Sushi Boys out of the back site. Does bring this into a 3v3. Garnett's still wary about a flank in mid. We'll now start rotating over to join in with the rest of the team. Lockdown going to be used. Texture invests this. Bazzi cuts one down. Identifies where Fox is at, but Fox wins the fight. Vandal headshot to go ahead and finish the job. And now they can use this to just go ahead, push up, and finally grab the spike and get this plant down.
Foxy just trying to see if he can get a little bit of spam right at the edge of the lockdown. It does get planted, and no Blade Storm ready for Garnets. They have to work with the operator.
They have one nano to try to bring this across the line, and it's going to be cleared. Texture now, his position noted, but he wins the fight. On to one. Garnett's full HP, and Texture, he does it again! Back-to-back rounds to keep them in this, to bring it up to parity, 10-10 now. As these rounds are so close, down to the wire, and that's going to force a timeout from Talon.
Oh, they need it, because they just committed to the operator once again. That's done enough damage to their economy. And with such heroics from Texture, I mean, sure, spamming through the wall, that seems to be the meta if you're going for these Harbor and Viper comps, but Fox was in line for an ace. Sure, he was damaged up, but the setup here was good on the side of Talon, right? Make sure that the full health can constantly try to force that half on the spike while Fox tries to find the angle, and Texture correctly positions himself to make sure it's 1v1s that he can win back-to-back.
Whew. Down to the wire, Talon now. What can you say to try to get them ready for this next round? You've been going back and forth every time Global's been able to catch up since the second half. You get, you know, that next follow-up round, you just maintain that lead. Can they do it again? Because right now, given what we've been seeing, unless one team is able to break away from another, it just feels like overtime is an inevitability.
Yeah, I mean, they've been really kind of trading blows back and forth. Now, of course, should note that Pat did die with the Reckoning still in hand, so that is available for Talon to try to make the momentum come back in favor for themselves. Curious about their exact economy. I know Garnett's had to buy down for that, you know, repeated operator commitment or investment, rather.
Lots of Moniette fans, understandably.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Very well deserved. And I think more than anything, fans of Moniette and fans from Indonesia they're not just happy that Moniette's playing well, but I'm sure they're happy because now they can also share with the rest of the world what a powerhouse this player has been. And again, he's been one of the most consistent players here for Global Esports and VCT Pacific.
Take a jet, make him into a machine.
It's working.
Continues to just work wonders here for them. Worth noting, this is the first time I believe that Pat has played a back-to-back agent.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think this is the first time that he's actually repeating something, what with his Harbor pick, as everything else has been just new stuff from him. In the last 30 days, we've seen him play, what, 7 different agents? And this is like the first time that he's done one twice.
Yeah, we've got some extra fans from Germany asking us to speak German. Do you know any German?
9.
9? Oh, okay. You spreche ein bisschen Deutsch.
I did say willkommen earlier, but
you did. So you know 2 words.
Obviously, guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Okay, there you go. Pete Gates says, "How are you? How's it going?"
That's about all I got. You had some time over at ESL.
I did, yeah, and I had studied a little bit of German as well. Lost a lot of it now to the times, but welcome to Korea as well. I mean, this is the other great thing about you know, these leagues is that you get to visit, especially in EMEA and Pacific, right? You're close enough that you could try to take a weekend visit, visit the country where the tournament's being hosted, and then get to watch the Valorant as well.
Well, looks like we do have a tech pause, so we'll go ahead and get some nice fan signs while we get whatever is going on taken care of. Seems like it's going to be on the Talon side of things. Hopefully we can get this dealt with quickly and get back into the action, because obviously we don't want to slow the momentum on either side, given how these teams have been going back and forth. And look at that.
All right, we are ready to go. Yeah, so the economy just kind of in shambles for Talon. So they're just going to buy the single judge for Pat.
Pat getting trapped, much like Rossi did earlier with the Bucky. This time it was Pat with a judge saying, I'm going to get Garage. I'm going to get in there. I'm going to kill them all. Just did not work.
And he's down to 900 creds, right? I mean, again, we talk about some of these economic choices. You know, buying the judge itself is not the problem, but if you're trying to buy a hero judge, as weird as that sounds, and you know, you're not set up for a full buy.
If you buy a judge, let's be clear, you are not a hero.
the villainous judge. There we go. You're buying the villain judge. Well, it's not going to come to anything, and he's down to 900 creds for the next round.
Well, a bit anticlimactic
yes.
of a round after a little additional delay on the backside of the tactical timeout. A dart to clear the way. Fox and Cruz eventually need to make their way over towards B, because if nothing else, they need to die to the spike explosion.
Yeah, no, this turret.
But Texture has other things in mind.
Yeah, it's positioned the other way, so. Oh, he now.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll get 1 for their trouble.
But does it do much, Foxy?
Can he get into it?
No, he can't, so now he wants to go and die to them.
Hey, kill me! And they, I mean, they probably should have just not, but.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
fine.
Yeah, it does give an old point to Batsy, and he's very close. So, you know, all in all, I think both sides are okay with that ending.
That's good. I mean, hey, at least he got his death. He also did have a weapon.
Yes.
It was a Spectre, so it's not great, but he had a weapon to carry forward.
The more I think about it, it's just such a funny ending.
Yeah. I mean, I keep drawing these Carmine parallels in my head.
Yeah.
The XMS not saving weapon, not dying part.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're still buying up to whatever they can. A little bit of half armor on the side of Pat. Operator.
Texture, no. I don't think he saw him.
I don't think he saw.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be going for this. Well, now he's very well aware.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury. Out from Fox, gets the
Whoa.
tag, gets the kill. Aaron taken down. Nicely done. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get anything with that one, but he absolutely does, and that's a big part of the plant util eliminated.
And I like that commitment, right? You have your own lockdown, you know, if Texture is able to build up to his at some point before we go to a potential overtime. So
yeah,
might as well just use Hunter's Fury to try to get a lead because you are desperate to catch up
Oh
here.
my God! Oh, the combo of Bazzi and Rossi is continuing to go hand in hand. I'll headshot him, you finish him.
Yeah, and you took out the Killjoy, so you know that they have to be focused on Kitchen once again. You just plant Rossi to draw attention on the lurk here.
Crew's trying to buy some space, throws down that bite, sprays in up top. Not yet, don't believe, not getting hit by the dart.
Oh, but Rossi's already all the way through
30
Kitchen.
seconds left.
He's on the flank. Now, time-wise, do they rotate over to B? They're actually going to get around Pat as well.
Oh, but that lurk around the back. Rossi with the blades out, finds Cruz. Now a 3v4, the spike being still brought around the corner. Pat gets the jump, finds Rossi. Time running low. The Reckoning going to be invested. The wave
push on
out. He goes in, and he's going to be able to take them both down. The spike is planted, but Texture is just not in a position to make anything happen this time around.
Yeah,
he finds one, but they can just stay stuck to this. Yeah, even if you get the nano in there, it's just not good enough. Pat will find 4 in the round, and there we have it. We are tied up again at 11-11. Make a wish, William.
We are tied, but you know, if I'm telling my wish is that this, you know, gets you to match point somehow because it was so costly, right? And your econ, now that you've broken the losing streak, it's still not going to be complete full buys, I don't think. Meanwhile, so many creds backed up on the side of Global Esports, so you're not out of the woods yet.
Certainly not.
Yeah, half armors across the board and a Guardian as well, so Sushi Boys.
Oh, we saw some good gardening. We saw some good gardening.
We did.
We'll go with that. Earlier from both Rossi as well as Bazzi. Let's see what Sushi Boys can get done with it. That lockdown still at the ready. Texture now just 1 charge away.
Rossi with an attacker operator. You still have that Sky to support you.
Oh.
But yeah, it's hard. Like, you're not going to be able to go through tube to kitchen with the operator here. So the hope was that you'd find someone fishing for info in mid. Ideally, the Killjoy. Then you know that they'd have to reinvest over to the middle part of the map. It doesn't happen, but, you know, they spent just enough time where they can still reset. You still have a minute on the clock. The problem being that Garnett's once again a forward position.
Yeah. There's the Cloudburst, backs away. Enough to at least check and see if there's going to be somebody pushing pipes. And actually, I mean, Texture taking a little bit of damage. Shots fly through Nest. Garnett's wanting to stay and try to find that pick, but the Reckoning forces him back. Lockdown as well, going to be invested as they try to sell this fake. Rossi, the only one who's going to be left in the side itself, as he's going to back away.
30 seconds left.
Oh, I mean, a great play from Global, though, right? They really just fake out that they're going to run away from the lockdown. It's already, the Talon thinks they're 1 step ahead, but they're actually caught behind.
That's what I'm saying. They're staying forward. They're trying to really sell this. As the counter swing in, they will take down Garnets. It's a lone member on A, so the fake sell did work out. Bazzi now has to exit, though. So he will be able to make it out. But the man advantage is still going to be found by Talon.
Yeah, and they're making sure that Pat tries to catch up to Batsy as well to make sure they know exactly where he is. They hear each other, and Batsy with a kill. Now they have to make sure that Sushi Boy stays alive for that alarm bot in mid. Otherwise, they're going to have to worry about it.
Aaron getting some revenge for the early death previously. Does get pinged. The drop down comes in. Fox able to find one and somehow doesn't take any damage in that exchange. Shock dart to try to clear things out. Gets rid of one of the nanoswarms, the other one lobbed in. And he does manage to take it down. And that one, he's going to go ahead, holds it to half, has to back away, 7 HP remaining, and Bazzi says thank you very much. Finds the kill, they find match point. Talon need one more with no cash in the bank to take this to overtime if they want to have a chance.
And the way they've been playing their ecos on defense have not been that successful. Aaron, what a good peek. Just getting the spray onto 2. And Fox, I mean, he did what he could, right? You see the nanoswarm coming in and say, okay, the best I can do is get the half now, pretend that I didn't, you know, get hit too much by and try to win this 1v1 first. Doesn't work out, he's too low.
And now it's a hero vandal from Garnets, and then Sheriffs across the board. We've seen a couple thrifties. here in this map thus far. Can one happen now miraculously for Talon to take us all the way into OT?
Okay, so Global Esports, they know that every time on that eco, they've had Pat try to push out. They invest a lot to make sure that that doesn't happen. Now, that doesn't really sign good news for Talon, because again, the weaponry's not there.
Any kill for Pat's a reckoning. Same for Texture, trying to get a lockdown. Nano spotted, Aaron interrupts the plant just to go ahead and clear that one out. In the meantime, swing around the back, Texture going on the lurk, trying to catch anybody moving out under tube. Oh, and breaks line of sight just in the right, oh, yeah, I was gonna say at the right time to avoid seeing Sushi Boys, but then Garnets is right around the corner to get the elimination. Now Aaron has to pay attention to the back flank.
Yeah, but
Rossi with one, Patsy with another. They're just trying to inch forward and take down Cruz. And with that damage being dealt, it is just Fox now with that Vandal in hand to try to kill off 4.
Oh, and look at their positioning. They're not taking any chances. They just flip it on its head.
And run to the hills. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. Fox ends up falling, and Global Esports will at long last find their first match victory here in VCT Pacific. Both of their Indian players making their debuts. Both of them putting up solid performances for their first time on this stage. Global can hold their heads high as the best team previously to not have a win. They finally got it.
Absolutely. What a well-deserved victory. And one thing that I'm really impressed about is that despite having to play with all these different roster combinations, the calls and the syncing of all the utility has been getting better week by week, match to match, even map to map, coming from Split into this Icebox. And now they've shown their Icebox as well, and it looks quite strong. Not perfect, but the foundation is there.
Yeah, definitely some things to work on here. A couple of overzealous moments from, I'd say, multiple people. On the side of Global, Rossi in particular, just really raring to go, trying to get those eliminations. A couple of occasions falling a little bit flat, but widely not a bad first showing. I think as well for the side of Talon, this map, it still looks comfortable for them. It's not enough to be able to get the win, but this looked a hell of a lot better. This looked more like lock-in Talon, basically, than I think that we have seen, maybe aside from them versus Secret.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, especially the kind of style of calling that we saw from them, is taking some of these aggressive calculated risks. Things like that is what got them kind of that curveball edge against their opponents at lock-in. So it's good to see that Talon. It does seem like they are starting to stabilize through that chaos and confusion that they had themselves, but not fast enough. They're now sitting at 0 wins and 4 losses. Meanwhile, Global Esports celebrating their first win now with the full entire roster here in Seoul, South Korea.
And it's a huge one, and it's a major turning point because you lose out on this one, you go to that 0-4 like Talon just has, your playoff hopes, goodbye.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, effectively not going to be able to happen from there, barring some really bizarre scenario in certain circumstances. Global, they have been showing us with every single match that they can push teams, they can get to that precipice. They've just been unable to cross the finish line. So there's still a lot to do for this squad, obviously, to make it in the playoffs, but they've been showing that they have the potential, and now they have their full roster here in South Korea, and I am continually very excited to see what the growth is going to look like week over week.
Yeah, and you know, when Global Esports was first formed, the talk of the town was language barrier. How do you get over that? I'm going to say that's no longer a problem at all, especially because if they feel comfortable pairing Batsy and Rossi as a Skyjet duo, clearly the comms are fine. I mean, there's no form of a language barrier that you have to overcome where you're forced to play certain roles. This team is coming to completion, and they're on this upwards trajectory in terms of momentum compared to teams like Talon or even Secret, who are starting to slip a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the biggest help for me is Texture. Now I can actually talk to Texture, whereas in the last 2 seasons, anytime I see Texture, he doesn't, you know, he'll understand that I'm saying hello to him, but if I ask him a question, he might not fully catch it. Now he's getting towards fluency. Bazzi at least had the excuse of, you know, I lived in America for a period of time, like, so had picked up some things, but I mean, that's even being more and more fleshed out, so Global very much tackling the language issue extremely well, kind of like we're seeing from RRQ is at the same point.
Yes.
Making sure that everyone is comfortable enough to comm in English, and both teams now can start their upward trajectories, or RRQ already has, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. But Global Esports, I mean, they now make that start. Can they continue that into these kind of win streaks, or was this one of those one-offs? We'll have to wait and see, of course, until next week. But the way they won today, I would say that this is very, very promising if you're a fan of global esports.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, a great time to have that watch party over in Mumbai and everything. Have these players come out. Again, I think Rossi, you know, we know what he's capable of. We've seen it in the past. A little bit shaky here, but widely decent numbers put up for him playing on that duelist role. Lightning fast, fantastic debut on this stage, coming out with the Rays was just gorgeous to witness. So
yeah, and the thing is Rays actually didn't have too many kills, but it was really just his movement and like the Des talked about, the way he was creating space, right, for his teammates, and then when needed, he was getting those multi-kills. Rossi, yes, he does overheat still a little bit, but the mechanics are there. He's continuing to prove that it's not like, you know, he has some rust that he has to shake off. It's just a matter of being a little bit more in sync with the rest of the team in terms of positioning and what space you're taking. And now with the type of comps and calls they're making, right, with these, you know, Skyjet deals and Aaron's calling, I think it's starting to come to this really full picture.
Yeah, and I think just considering, again, these players have been here for only a week.
Yes.
It's been a long time since they've, you know, while they've been separated away from everybody else. So a week to come in, get acclimated to a completely new environment, get caught up in what you've been scrimming and prepping and whatnot. I think that this is a good result. I think that there is that you can have high hopes. So I think that if anybody's out there being a doomer about Rossi's performance or a doomer about Lightning Fast or anything like that, just shut the hell up. It's fine.
Yeah,
they're gonna be okay.
And again, you have this deep roster. All of them have now played on stage for global esports at some point in VCT Pacific, and all of them had their own highlight reels right on their map. So clearly the roster is very deep. The potential is there.
Yeah, we'll see how that continues to develop, you know, because obviously Ronsky is still there. They very much want to utilize him, map dependent. So we've been seeing a lot of KO from him. So I'm anticipating things like Haven, Ascent, etc. We're still going to be seeing him involved. So this could be one of the first really big utilizations of a multi-man roster that with the rotations that could end up working. We'll have to just wait and see. It's only one win so far, so there's still plenty more to see. But it's time for our interview here at the end of the series, and we have no one other than SK Rossi, of course, in his debut, after his debut, I should say, to hear from. So we'll throw it down to Jen.
Now, thank you, casters, and he is finally here. I'm joined by SK Rossi. Now, congratulations, Rossi, but first things first, how was the first game on stage?
I mean, after lock-in, this was pretty much okay for me. It wasn't pressured or it wasn't that hard, you know. In lock-in, it was like whole new experience for me. I was telling my teammates, it's like, oh, this is nothing then other than normal tournaments. And then I started, you know, getting that vibe of the tournament, and I wasn't comfortable. But now here, I feel like home, so it's fine.
Oh, it feels like home. That's good, that's good. But before the match, though, today, Aaron tweeted, now a big surprise awaits for the fan. And then you tweeted right away, nah, he baiting, right? But I could tell that you guys were all very excited to play together. So what does it mean to you to be able to finally play with the team and also be able to grab the first win together?
I mean, it feels amazing. You know, the first win should have come longer than before. You know, all the games were very close. All the other 5 were putting their 100% to win games, and all the games were very close. But I'm happy we got the win today, and the whole process is like props to the coaches and all the players who made this 7-man roster work. You know, bring in Lightning Fast in a map, bring in me in a map, and giving both of us our comfortable agents and make things work. And first victory should have come earlier, but you know, it's now here. I think we're looking forward to win all the games from here. Yeah, pretty strong.
Well, you talked about how for the past week, it was so far yet so close, right? It was a tough 3 weeks for global esports, and you openly expressed how frustrated you were for not being able to be with the team or be there for the team, and practice wasn't really an option for you. So how did you try to stay prepared?
Just by, you know, watching scrims. For a week, I was like kind of demotivated and wasn't involved in practice and stuff. And then later on, I got so many tweets from all the other coaches that, you know, you need to watch the scrims. Don't feel useless. Just watch with the team and learn from it. So I started taking that feedback, and I was watching the game, and I was grinding ranked, and I was listening to my coaches what I should do while I was not playing. It was frustrated because, you know, the season is getting over and 3 games already, and I don't want to miss any other games. But yeah, thankfully, love of God, everything worked out in the end, and shout out to the entire team. We made it happen.
All right, so fast forward, right? You came to Korea with lightning fast, but there was so much to do, and you only had like about 5 days or just about a week to prepare, adjust to the new country, to the new system, and also role swap, etc. So talk to me about the preparation process once you got here.
Once I got here, I got lost twice. Me and Lightning Fast got
At the
lost.
airport?
No,
Oh,
after
okay.
me and Lightning Fast played till night because according to Indian teams, we sleep. So me and him both don't have internet, don't have map, and we got lost and then somehow, found some free Wi-Fi on the road and just got it to the boot camp. And from the next day, it was all about, the coaches and the players started making us comfortable by giving us our agents or letting us play how we want to play and telling us our mistakes and stuff. So it was all about preparation, I would say, like the team and the coaches, everyone, they just made it happen.
Today was all about the team effort and the teamwork, right? Well, Paper Rex will be the next team you'll play. So are you feeling good about that? Like, how are you feeling?
I don't have good memories with Pepper X. So, I know I'm not alone. We have a 6 other team and we have 3 coaches and we have the entire team. We have entire fans behind us. So we're just gonna play our best game and win it out like any other game. It's all about, giving your best on the stage and proving everyone wrong, and feel good about yourself. Whether you, in the end, it all matters is did you give your best or not. No, regardless of the result, there's one team should lose, one team should win, It's all about did you do your 100%? Did you practice 100%? Did you give it your all? That's all it matters. So yeah, we're gonna play our hearts out.
All right, and lastly, any message over to the fans?
Hello, India.
Hello,
GE fighting.
India.
And we got our first win, and all of us are working really hard to get us more wins, and make it to the playoff. We all need your love and support just like this. Don't flame us. We'll try our best, okay? So I love you all, and the team loves you all. So thank you for everything, and the show just beginning. Yeah.
It's just the beginning for GE. All right, thank you very much, SK Rossi. Best of luck in the future, right? Well, you heard that, Victoria. Hello, India.
Hello, India. Indeed, GE ended today fighting hard and paper thin. Do you have any words to say?
I have lots of words to say. This was exactly as I, foresaw it happening, and just a good day for me personally. Yeah,
just a regular day for paper thin and his predictions.
That's right. That's all that's all I care about.
Okay, but look, was there a point though where you were like, wait a second, Talon's coming back?
I took him off. Yes. No, absolutely, dude. I mean, I thought for sure Talon was actually going to turn this around. They were up, a lot of times on this map. They were constantly pushing back, making good adjustments, changing the pace of the game. I thought they played really, really well, but G's just a little bit deeper right now.
Yeah, I think Talon actually had a lot of rounds in the first half that kind of had us a little bit kind of confused. GE didn't quite look together. They had a lot of individual fights, individual duels, but I think there is like an interesting little statistic in the round wins that we actually see a lot of the second round wins being won by Global. Remember there was a round where Talon, right off the first pistol round, Talon forced bot. And then G wasn't happy about that. They forced bot on their pistol round in the second half. And then they won that one as well. So I think GE actually found their momentum somewhere towards the second half. And that's where they started to chain rounds together.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing for sure is that game, there were a couple of rounds where we could hear the casters scratching their heads about this. And us too were like, what is happening here? A lot of people just...
SK Rossi dashed into them at one point, like little slip-ups.
Like people are kind of missing the timing, and everyone's missing each other left and right. Now, it was really cool seeing both Lightning Fast and SK Rossi come onto the roster day. And one thing that they say about Jets is that they're all aim, no brain. But is that the case with SK Rossi?
There is quite a bit of brain in this play. I mean, of course, Garnett's had an interesting first pick, but SK Rossi used that time to actually push up onto Belt, had an angle, and then set up for a different angle as he repositioned. And this actually broke that little bit of wind that Talon found underneath their sails. You might have had the lockdown, but you lost a player, and then all of a sudden they have to consider, is SK Rossi still around? He instantly dashes away. And off of this, he knows they're going to push in. They're going to be a little bit outnumbered. They have setups from Botsy, and SK Rossi continues to push in to dominate. 4 kills, almost getting the ace. Guess what happens? Botsy steals it.
Well, I think Botsy just wanted to make sure that this was over, but this is still a phenomenal round for Rossi, and you can see why people are so high on him, why there's a lot of potential, you know, why he's the kind of the hope of India right now, why he's put up on that pedestal as the player. There's the potential there. There were some mistakes here and there. That dash right into the players of Talon on he was a little bit weird, but that's okay. You know, things happen on the first day. We saw Lightning Fast kind of with the paint shells blowing himself up, but that's all right. I mean, he played good. His team played good, and they got the win.
That's crazy, right? I mean, the fact that these kind of mistakes happened and that they still won, I mean, props. Kudos to GE Fighting. Now, Talon did come back, especially in the second half of the game. Garnets and the op, they really invested in that op, and I think they got their money's worth.
I mean, that's what's pretty crazy as well. He just set himself up at the best angle, got a quick collateral, and then following that, Pat just showed up out of nowhere. I mean, he was playing the Harbor, but the way that he actually recognized how to position himself in this firefight, how to duel in this firefight even, just allowed him to net 3 quick kills to win a flawless round for Talon at the end of that one.
I think it's we were talking earlier, right, about how our concern with Talon is Pat. And you can see these moments with him that are brilliant, that are absolutely brilliant. We're going to see another one shortly, but like my concern is that he hasn't played the same agent yet on any map.
So
always swapping agents. So that means they're not comfortable. They're not able to find the right kind of composition to work with him with. Yes, his numbers are pretty solid, but the team as a whole doesn't seem to be able to really, you know, collectively put it all together yet. So as impressive as he is individually, if they're going to continue using him, there needs to be some stability in the roles and the way that he's playing.
Yeah, that's a really fantastic point, Paperthin. Now, you did point out that there were rounds. Maybe Harbor is the guy for
He played well on Harbor.
There was another round that we saw on B site that he just read really well.
No, this is great. He sneaks right in. While Rossi had gotten deep past Kitchen, he's able to sneak right in the middle of the formation here of GE. And normally this would be kind of a dangerous spot, but because it's completely unaccounted for, he catches Rossi bunny hopping out there. Then he's going to throw the Cascade on his right, peek left off his Reckoning, and get 2 great kills. This is just great usage of his utility. Cove right out to get the defuse, excuse me. And, you know, Texture, there's nothing else he can do here at this point. Because he can't spray that down, it's an impossibility. There's not enough time with that Nanostorm to finish the job. So this was phenomenal utility usage here by Pat. I mean, everything was perfectly timed and executed. You can't ask for anything more in that moment.
Way too darn far away for Texture to be in any good position to even deal against that Cove that Pat just put up. And I think this actually shows us that although this is a loss for Talon, they still have some gas in the tank. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Global are just putting up big numbers. Global, we have crazy play from Botsy. We have crazy plays from, you know, the Indian players who just arrived. Texture, I think, for this map was a big kingmaker because there were so many times we had individual fights. We had a lot of plays where they got the spike down, but they continued to push in to kind of deal against Talon. Texture was the one guy who was always that kingmaker, to always hang back. You know what? There's spike down. I'm going to chill. I'm playing a Sentinel now, not just a duelist. And he peeks out at the right times, and he gets those clutch moments, and that's why he's the MVP.
Yeah.
He's incredible.
I think we all are on board for that. Texture did fantastic on Icebox. Every one of these team members had an incredible showing today. But there's one more. I think our overall MVP. I'm going to let Paperthin... yeah, he enhanced his poster.
I made it even better now. This is
so
definitely
much
going
better.
up over my bed. Like, no doubt about it. Yeah.
It is. I think we have the #1 fan of Botsy.
Yeah.
Production.
Why?
They just like rubbing it in my face.
Big W for production here. This is amazing.
Look, okay. Look, let's just do one last. You know, salute to Talon. It was tough. Like, whoever lost this continues to be, you know, the
Well, they're with DFM now. They're all hanging out. It's not where you wanna be.
Yep, they're together with DFM, so don't be too lonely over there. The Talon boys, we still love you. We all love you guys anyway. But GE just They did great today. So I don't know what to say. It's another 2-0. It's a 2-0 kind of weekend.
G fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, G fighting. Yeah.
This entire weekend has been a 2-0. Yeah. So let's pull up the MVP stats. We have Batsy. Yeah.
I mean, I've been saying it. I've been saying
already
it
been saying it.
all day.
Yep.
This guy right here is nuts, and he had his best day so far. He's just getting better and better, more comfortable, especially on the sky. Utility's amazing. Individual fragging power is amazing. Like, if he keeps getting better, then he is going to carry GE potentially to the playoffs. I mean, there is a world now where they can get there. This was a must-win for that to be really comfortably in sight, and now certainly they can do it. So just a monster day from him. I mean, top fragging, I think, on both maps for GE.
Yeah.
Tons of assists to boot. I mean, this was just a stellar day.
I think that's my favorite thing, tons of assists. Because again, Global is that team that has that much potential. We talked about it to death, like they are a team full of duelists. Batsy is clearly one of them, but on this initiator role, he's so selfless, he supports his team, and when the crunch time comes, he can step up, he can find those clutches, and that's why he's our MVP.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be talking more about Global Esports. We're going to have SK Rossi join us for the weekly recap after this. I'll tell you more about that in a bit. But first, let's talk about the overall standings now that Week 4 is officially over. Oh boy, indeed. Let's see what it... Oh!
Cover up the bottom if you're a Talon fan. Just pretend it's not down there. I mean, look at this, though. Like, you know, with 4 teams at 2-2, like the middle of this, that 6th place kind of bubble position is going to be really tight. I mean, every win is so crucial from here on out. And, you know, again, the tiebreaker just being head-to-head matchup. And if there's a 3-way tie there, then things get really interesting with how all that math shakes out. So, you know, every round, every map, so important.
That's exactly right. Map wins, round differential, it all counts, but again, I think the biggest thing is you can't avoid it. you need to win matches. You need to paper thin, Victor. I don't feel so good.
I mean, okay.
I don't feel so good.
This is tough. From here on out, every single game counts. Now let's look at the games.
We've been saying that since week 1.
No, it was like there was some space to mess up.
Yeah,
you know, everyone kind of threw away the DRX match. Like, okay, you're allowed to lose that match, but all these other matches do count. But here on out, anyone, you know, for those of you who are unsure, the playoffs, only 6 teams of these 10.
Only the top 6.
Yes, will make it. So, it really matter. Now we have Global Esports facing off Paper X first thing on Saturday next week. And then,
And then the 2 best teams, Gen G versus DRX. Now look, I'm a huge Gen G fan. I've been saying since before the season started, it is in the video we recorded that I said Gen G is going to be 2nd place, and I still believe that. There is very few worlds where they beat DRX. I'm sorry to like you know, dash the hopes of Gen G fans here. They've never beat them. None of their players have ever beat them. None of their coaches have ever beat them. This has been DRX through and through. So who knows? Maybe we're finally at that point where it does happen, but I don't think so. And then, dude, RQ T1 should be a really good match after that.
Yeah, that's that fight you were talking about, that little bubble like in the middle. Like what's going to be? That's a really important spot right there for that 6th place RQ and T1. DFM and Team Secret is happening.
This is happening.
It's there.
Yeah, it's there.
And then Talon and Zeta.
I guess we'll see.
I mean, Zeta can't lose that.
Yes, you're right. Zeta cannot lose that.
Same with Team Secret. They can't lose. Like, neither of those teams can afford to lose.
Yeah. Those are the ones where it's truly a fight for survival.
Yeah. It's getting, down to the wire from next week onwards.
Please, sir, may I have one win?
Yeah. I don't know. It's I'm a little sad, you know? It means like some of these teams are gonna, that's it. Like, we're not really gonna see them in a few more weeks.
We're devolving into 19th century classical literature now with Dickens novels. Oh my God.
It's a way of we're just coping here with literature. All right. Now we do have schedule changes again. VCT Pacific heard your cries to change the time, so we have changed it. Starting next week, week 5, we're starting 1 hour earlier on Saturdays and Sundays, and Mondays we're starting 1 hour later. Mondays like today, are only one match. Super Week, also, we will start at 5 p.m. And again, this is for the well-being of our players. I don't really think it's about us. No one cares about us. It's really about the players because...
And the fans, the viewers,
Yes,
of
and the
course,
fans. And they
Victoria.
do. They stick around till the end to wait, you know, to meet the players and get autographs. So this is for you guys. And we're changing the timings starting next week, starting on Saturday. So enjoy that. For those of you tuning online from outside Korea, just bear that in mind.
Those fan meets are crazy. Yeah, it's like all the fans are there lining up.
Yeah.
We watch Jing arm wrestle against Stacks.
Oh, yeah.
Please stop that. Like
That's no more
Don't
of that.
break your wrist,
No
guys,
more of
please.
that. Please, no.
Scary.
There were a ton of fans down there last night, too, after the DFM Zeta. There were a lot of fans in that lobby.
Yeah. So we are going to recap on all of this, everything that happened this weekend and the first 3 weekends, including our tier list, which we haven't touched in the last 2 weeks when Quack put Paper Rex on the B tier. But we're going to re-look at this board again and see how the power rankings are going to go. SK Rossi is also going to join us for the power rankings, and we're going to ask him a couple of questions. So do join us then in about half an hour from now. So take a little break and come back and join us live here at VCT Pacific. I'll see you guys in a bit. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are on week 4 right now. I'm your host, Victoria Cheng. This weekend of week 4, like you said, it's do or die. Let's go to the stage, watch their walkouts for the ultimate Southeast Asian deathmatch.
He's still alive.
The lock-in, but I mean, Garnet's not paying attention as much yet. Oh, he's doing it again.
Oh, no!
Off the rip of 4K. Not yet, you absolute split animal. Initiator instead is almost my thought. The rocket, inevitably, Lightning Fast cannot get away from that one. Swing over towards the garage, and the third shot is the charm. They heard the drop, though. Garnets bring them over the finish line, so a second round win for Talon. Push in, the full blind Lightning Fast, he sprays, and it gets past! Takes them down, will fall to Cruz over the garage, and just find a secondary elimination. They're running out of time, they have to get this plant down. Cruz will find an elimination, Garnet's going to be taking up 2 more for himself, and in the end, the first pistol in the series. Also with one, Patsy with another. They're just trying to inch forward and take down Cruz. And run to the hills, ends up falling, and Global Esports will at long last find their first match victory here in VCT Pacific.
Demons on my way, and I know the other side.
เอาจริงคือผมเคยมาอยู่แล้วแบบว่าเคยมาอยู่ประมาณแบบ6 เดือนแล้วแบบเคยอยู่ที่นี่ประมาณ6 เดือนใช่ไหมเมื่อก่อนประมาณ3 ปีที่แล้วก็เอาจริงก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกสนุกเลยแบบว่าว้าวกับอะไรใหม่ๆเพราะว่าแบบว่ามันเคยมาแล้วอ่ะมันเคยไม่ได้รู้สึกอะไรมากก็ธรรมดารู้สึกอยากเล่นเหมือนกันแต่ว่ามันก็แต่นั่งดูเนาะมันไม่ได้อยากนั่งดูอยู่แล้วมันอยากเล่นอยู่แล้วแบบว่าในใจก็นั่นแหละแล้วก็ภูมิใจกับทีมที่ทำได้
ทีมเราไปแข่งที่บราซิลทำผลงานได้ค่อนข้างดีแล้วก็สิ่งที่ได้มาจากรายการบราซิลก็คือผมรู้สึกว่าน่าจะเป็นความมั่นใจที่น้องๆได้เพิ่มเข้ามาสำหรับเด็กใหม่ซึ่งมันสำคัญมากสำหรับรายการเกาหลีเพราะเราแข่งระยะยาวครับก็ความมั่นใจจะเป็นสิ่งสำคัญครับจริงๆจากบราซิลจนถึงปัจจุบันผมรู้สึกว่าน้องยังพัฒนาได้น้อยค่อนข้างน้อยเพราะว่าเหมือนกับมันอยู่ในช่วงที่เขาไปถึงจุดที่เขารู้ว่าความสามารถเขาเก่งแค่ไหนแล้วมันเป็นช่วงที่เขาเบิร์นเอาท์แล้วก็หาความสามารถใหม่ๆเพิ่มเติมอะไรเงี้ยในเกาหลีเราเลยรู้สึกว่าเรายังทำได้ไม่ดีพอเท่าไหร่ในตอนซ้อมหรืออะไรเงี้ยซึ่งเราก็พยายามอัปเกรดตรงนี้อยู่ซึ่งพยายามหาอะไรใหม่ๆให้เขาถ้าเขาเก่งในบราซิลทุกคนจะจับตาเขาแล้วจะดูวิธีเล่นของเขาอะไรเงี้ยต้องพยายามแอดออนสิ่งใหม่ๆให้กับเขาเพื่อที่เล่นในรูปแบบใหม่สไตล์ใหม่อะไรแบบนี้ครับไม่งั้นเขาจะเล่นยากมาก
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're stopping me? If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
แค่อยากชนะเพราะว่าเป้าหมายแค่อยากชนะแล้วก็อยากเรียกว่าไงหาความสนุกให้ตัวเองเฉยๆแล้วก็จะจบอันดับไหนก็อันดับ1แค่นั้นแหละผมว่ามันก็ไม่ยากนะ
อันนี้เป็นเรื่องที่ทีมทารอนอาจจะไม่เหมือนทีมอื่นเท่าไหร่คือเราจะไม่ได้มองว่าทีมนั้นเป็นใครเราจะมองว่าฮีโร่ตัวนั้นอะคือตัวอะไรในเกมเราจะไม่ได้เจาะจงคือผมก็รู้ว่ามีเพลเยอร์ชื่ออะไรบ้างอย่างถ้าถามว่าใครที่เก่งผมคิดว่าเอ็นวีในทีมซีเคทค่อนข้างเก่งแต่ว่าเราจะไม่เรียกชื่อเขาเล่นเจ็ตเราเรียกแค่เจ็ตเราจะเรียกแค่เลสเล่นโซวาอะไรเงี้ยเราจะเรียกแค่นั้นเลยเพราะว่าส่วนหนึ่งคือเราซ้อมอยู่ทุกวันเราไม่ได้จำชื่อใครแล้วเราโฟกัสไปที่ตำแหน่งนี้คือตัวอะไรเพื่อแจ้งข่าวเพื่อนมากกว่าเราเลยไม่ได้สำคัญว่าเขาจะเป็นใครหรือเขาจะชื่ออะไรเงี้ยไม่สำคัญว่าเขาจะทีมอะไรด้วยซ้ำเราแค่ทำในแบบแผนของเรา
ก็เคยเล่นกับเขาบ่อยแบบว่าเจอในแข่งบ่อยแล้วก็ในซ้อมเมื่อก่อนได้เจอบ่อยใช่ไหมล่ะมันก็เหมือนเป็นคู่แข่งนี่แหละครับแต่ว่าสำหรับผมนับถือในตัวฮัจเจซี่อยู่เพราะว่าแบบว่าเขาเป็นคนที่เอาจริงก็คืออายุเยอะแล้วยังแข่งเกมอยู่ผมแค่นี้แหละแค่แบบว่าแค่อายุเยอะแล้วยังแข่งเกมอยู่แล้วแบบว่าไม่สนแบบว่าคำด่าหรือคำดูถูกที่แบบว่าเขาแก่แล้วอะไรเงี้ยผมรู้สึกว่าเขาน่านับถือ
ผมคิดว่าสกอร์ที่เจอซีเคทที่กำลังจะเจอผมคิดว่าน่าจะประมาณ 2-1 อาจจะค่อนข้างยากนิดหน่อยเพราะว่าเรามีเวลาซ้อมค่อนข้างน้อยเวลาเต็มตัวน้อยด้วยอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็การปรับตัวน้องก็อาจจะยังช้าเกินไปอะไรเงี้ยซึ่งเขาก็ต้องแล้วเขาก็เองก็เก่งมีประสบการณ์เหมือนกันอะไรเงี้ยในเวทีระดับใหญ่ก็ผมคิดว่าคงไม่ใช่เกมที่ง่ายครับไม่มีเกมไหนง่ายในลีกนี้
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with day 2 of VCT Pacific. Our match number 2 for the night is going to be TLN versus Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a really exciting one. I mean, both teams kind of surprised us with some of their performances over at Lock-In. TLN in particular making a very deep run, challenging DRX, taking them all the way to a map 3, which was, like a 13-10 scoreline on 2 of those maps. So this is a very strong team, and we weren't sure how things were going to go for them.
Dubstep up by Market 2. They are just holding it down. Talon, this is not quite what we were expecting to see. They're dashing in blindly, and all it takes is a few more clicks for that flawless pistol win. Able to hold off Market, potentially Defender Spawn 2, but Dubstep, Borkum, they're all waking up, firing on these cylinders. In V2, one for everyone. Trying to play around the turret, a bit of a stinger kill, no spray transfer. It's too darn hard to control that recoil, and it's going to be a 4K for Jeremy to close this out 13-5. What a way for Team Secret to show up and kind of upset match predictions.
ไอ้บล็อกอันนี้เราดูมันมาไว้อันนี้เรามีข้อมูลมาเลยเพราะฉะนั้นมึงลองดูว่าแอสเซทเรามีข้อมูลเราเล่นแบบว่าไม่เป็นงูเป็นปลาอะไรเงี้ยไอ้บล็อกก็ลองดูแล้วกันรู้สึกว่าไอ้บล็อกก็อ่านทางง่ายถ้าเราไอ้บล็อกก็เราเป็นฝ่ายกันก่อนถ้ากันก่อนเหมือนเมื่อกี้เลยเราดูซะว่าวิญญาณวินพกก็ต่อยมึงได้ยินป้อมหน้าบีก็จริงถูกปะแต่ตัวว่าสแกนเอเว้ยมันโดนเอมันปล่อยข่าวเอช็อกช็อกดาตลอดยังไงก็จบเอเว้ยเหมือนเดิมเลยวิธีการเล่นแต่เมื่อกี้เหมือนเดิมเลยไอ้บล็อกกูก็ไม่ต่างจากเดิมมากหลักๆที่สำคัญก็คือว่ามึงต้องดูมีด KO มันจะเก็บมีดไว้ป้อมจังหวะสุดท้ายคือมันจะมีดบนเนทเอาทั้งบอมมีดบนดีฟอลต์บีเอาทั้งบอมคือมึงพยายามอย่าเล่นในบอมอ่ะถ้ามึงของพลาดของเฟลอะไรต้องมีคนสแปมจากรับเตอร์สักคนหนึ่งกูว่าตายพยายามยิงวอลให้แตกแค่พิษมึงนะแล้วสแปมวอลให้แตกตายเลยพยายามให้มันได้วางเพราะถ้าได้วางคือพุ่งตรงว่า 100% ที่มันจะได้อะมึงโคตรแพ้น่ะพยายามจะปล่อยให้มันวางเป็นไปได้ก็ไฟในบอมให้จบไปเลยเว้ยแบบคอร์สไฟยิงเจนดึงที่อะไรคอร์สไฟกันให้จบไปเลยเปิดม่านปุ๊บปั้นม่านสู้ไปเลยเป็นแบบนั้นไปเลยมันจะสแกนจังหวะที่แบบเพื่อนออกหน้าบีปุ๊บไม่สแกนแล้วมันจะแบบว่ามึงจะต้องยิงเพื่อนมันกับมึงต้องโดนสแกนทั้งคู่เลยเพราะฉะนั้นระวังมันต้องไอ้ดีฟอลต์สแกนดีฟอลต์ไม่ใช่สแกนเสาสูงที่ไม่ใช่ดีฟอลต์หน้าบีอะ
Well, we're going to have to wait and see how this pans out. Currently, Team Secret leading 1-0 against Talon Esports in this best of 3. Which APAC team will take their first victory here in VCT Pacific? We'll find out as we go into Icebox for map number 2.
Oh! Sushi catches a great timing there on the dubstep. Dubstep with the spike as well, and the turret gonna finish him off, and Garnett's good for the last one. Ah, man.
Do they expect Cruz to come up from behind? Not quite.
Down A.
That's the spike dropped. Envy, only an operator to his name. He's locked into this corner too. Cruz is fully, well, at least should be fully aware of this. Not quite gonna get the quick scope that he's looking for. Cruz finishing off the final player, 5-1. Patty is already aware of this. Doesn't matter as Sushi Boy's pushing in from the right side. So much to consider, so many angles, and then a little bit of an operator duel between the Jet and the Killjoy as well. Peeking back into it, doesn't matter. He's just buying time for Sushi Boys to stick that defuse. This is that double controller. A high tide gone, a toxic screen comes up, and Patty continues to find heads. He's going full turret mode. Off of that classic, Envy is the only one left alive. A simple peek and Cruz instantly flicks over. There is that reckoning that you're talking about. And that's going to be so annoying for Dubstep to work with. And then the lockdown. Is this going to be it, Clinton? They're trying to push up, but they can't do it. Jeremy! Caught alone, eating a shock dart right at his feet. 13-8 for Talon.
แต่บางทีมันจะเอาเฟดมายืนฝั่งท็อปด้วยกัน2คนใน2-3จะสตาร์ทแบบนี้ตลอดเลยแล้วก็จะเอาเฟดบอกว่าพาวเลอร์เช็คดิสเช็คดอกบอกว่าเหมือนทำข่าวแล้วกลับมารวมฝั่งบอททอมแล้วก็รวมตีจะเป็นภาพได้ไม่บ่อยทีไม่ได้ฟังเลยอันนี้คือดีฟอลต์นะจำดีฟอลต์ไว้นะดีฟอลต์มันจะเริ่มโดยการที่มันจะไปสตาร์ทฝั่งท็อป2ตัวจะมีไซเฟอร์กับเฟด
Well, 1-1 scoreline between Talon and Team Secret. Whoever takes it does get their first victory here. VCT Pacific gets to start on the first half, the top half of that scoreboard as we try to go through this round robin. We're going to be going to Fracture as the decider map. We're going to head right into the game with the casters.
The spike might be down, but he knows where Jesse Bash is going to be. Oh, Prowler right in front of him. All he needs is one crisp headshot. But Jesse Bash playing so safe with this. Look at how he ducks in and out of cover. It's down to 1v2, Dubstep. He is able to buy time. He's able to dance back and forth all over his grave. Jit Boys Going to stick it because that's the only thing he can do, but an easy headshot and an easy 5-round win streak. Surely they don't know Envy is on this off angle. One spray, maybe two. Borkum to help, and the operator gone. Fox has to make this work. He got the triple before. Can he do it again? Borkum's just waiting for him though. And here's that tap, goes in for a bit of a spray. Fox, please get off of it.
You didn't get to help.
Oh no! The pressure is on, he crouches! He sprays! The triple, but no time for the defuse! Here comes Cruz though, buying that time, but he has to go in now! Dubstep! Just locking down this angle. Oh, the lineups! One headshot though, and does he have enough time? I think he does. This is game over. A valiant effort, but alas.
ก็รู้สึกดีที่ได้กลับมาเล่นแต่ก็รู้สึกไม่ค่อยพอใจกับเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ตัวเองเท่าไหร่จังหวะมันแปลกไปครับแล้วก็เล่นไม่เหมือนที่ซ้อมเลยแต่ก็ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้เอาจริงตอนซ้อมเราก็ได้ซ้อมน้อยเนาะช่วงแรกที่มาเกาหลีเพราะว่าเรามีถ่ายงานเยอะมากแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยได้ซ้อมมาเลยเอาจริงได้ถ้านับวันก็แทบจะไม่ถึงอาทิตย์ด้วยมั้งที่ได้ซ้อมกันส่วน KB ความเข้ากันในทีมในเกม FPS ผมว่าส่งผลอยู่แล้วแหละเพราะว่าเกมมันเล่นเป็นทีมเนาะแล้วพอเราเล่นกันเป็นทีมถ้าเกิดว่าเคมีมันไม่เข้ากันหรือว่าแบบว่ามันไม่ได้เงี้ยมันก็เล่นกันไม่เข้าขากัน
ในมุมมองพี่รู้สึกว่า เรื่องของอารมณ์ในเกมเป็นเรื่องที่ควบคุมไม่ได้มันมีแค่ขึ้นกับลงเท่านั้นถ้าเมื่อไหร่ก็ตามที่แบบว่าเราไม่สามารถควบคุมอารมณ์ตัวเองได้หรือแบบว่าเรารู้สึกว่าเราเล่นไม่ดีเลยอะไรก็ตามเงี้ยลองสร้างประโยชน์จากการที่เราเล่นไม่ดีให้กับเพื่อนแทนส่งของให้เพื่อนเดินเปิดให้เพื่อนทำทุกอย่างให้เพื่อนบอกว่าโยนโมเมนตัมนั้นไปให้เพื่อนจนกว่าโมเมนตัมของเราจะกลับมาถึงจังหวะนั้นค่อยใช้โมเมนตัมที่มันกลับมาเป็นของตัวเองก็คือแบบว่ากลับมามีสมาธิมีอารมณ์ที่มันแบบว่าเป็นอารมณ์บวกจังหวะดีไทมิ่งดีอะไรเงี้ยเป็นแบบนั้นซะมากกว่าเพราะว่าการที่เราจะควบคุมอารมณ์ในเกมได้จริงมันขึ้นอยู่กับแต่ละบุคคลบางคนได้รับความกดดันก็เล่นไม่ดีแต่กับบางคนอย่างในมุมของพี่เองก็พี่ยิ่งชอบเกมกดดันเพราะว่ายิ่งเกมกดดันพี่ยิ่งเก่งพี่ก็ไม่รู้ว่าทำไมเหมือนกันแต่ว่าพอยิ่งเกมบอกว่าเกมไม่กดดันทำให้พี่แบบรู้สึกไม่ได้ตั้งใจไม่ได้โฟกัสอะไรเงี้ยแต่ยิ่งเกมระดับสูงเกมชิงแชมป์เกมกดดันมันทำให้พี่รู้สึกว่าพี่โฟกัสกับมันมากกว่าจริงๆจุดที่พี่รู้สึกว่าเราควรจะปรับปรุงน่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการซ้อมนี่แหละมันเราพูดตรงว่าเรามีข้อเดียวที่เรารู้สึกว่ามันขาดไปคือเรื่องการซ้อมเราซ้อมน้อยมากแล้วก็การสื่อสารระหว่างแต่ละคนก็ยังแบบว่าไม่ได้ดีเท่าไหร่เราแบบว่าสื่อสารกันไม่เคลียร์ด้วยอะไรต่างๆด้วยซึ่งมันเป็นเรื่องในเกมมันน้อยมากปกติแต่ละทีมจะมีเรื่องในเกมเยอะยิงได้บ้างไม่ได้บ้างสื่อสารไม่ได้บ้างจริงๆเราเป็นแค่เรื่องซ้อมเองเราแค่ต้องเคี่ยวกรรมมันเราเรียนรู้แล้วเราก็ต้องไปซ้อมแค่นั้นเองที่เราขาดไป
ผมว่าเราชนะได้อยู่แล้วแหละส่วนจะชนะยังไงก็คงต้องพกความมั่นใจไปเต็มร้อยแล้วมั้งถึงชนะได้แล้วก็จริงซ้อมวันนี้ก็เริ่มมีแผนขึ้นมาแล้วก็ชนะได้แหละ
Come on, let's go!
Hello, live from South Korea. We are on our 4th week of the weekly recap for VCT Pacific. And next to me today, I'm Victoria. We've got a special guest, SK Rossi. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Welcome to the recap. And on the recap, we also have Paper Thin and Hey, I'm Quack. Yeah.
Don't get my name wrong.
I'm sorry. Normally there are lower thirds that spell it out. Now, it's been a pretty exciting day. It was your debut VCT match, and you're just like, what's up, Pacific 2-0 on TLN? How you feeling?
I mean, feeling amazing, to win your first game in the league, on your debut, it's something really special and something really important. But I think the team should have won their first game way before. You know, if you see all the games, they were very close. You know, they were really close to defeat. You know, Zeta on DRX. You know, so it's okay. Sooner or later,
were you the missing piece? You and
I don't think so. I don't think so.
So humble.
That's not what he said before. I'm kidding. He's what a nice guy. Now, I'm sure your fans know this, but for other people who might not be familiar, what does SK in SK Rossi stand for?
So you all know, you know, Superman, all this stuff.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid, and in our friend group, we always had nicknames, you know. So I had like Super Kid, you know? Like Superman, and like Super Kid, and then I was a really huge fan of Valentino Rossi.
Yeah.
So I had the Rossi nickname in my gaming, all the stuff, but I don't want it to remember where I come from and my childhood, how it was. So I just added SK right next to it. So SK Rossi.
I love it. Remember where you came from.
Yeah.
I use my bronze buddy for the same reason. Like, I'm much higher than bronze, and I'm like, remember,
That's her first ever rank. She's not kidding.
I don't have any above that, so I don't know. That's all I got.
It's okay, one day. Anyway, we're glad to have you here. Now, what we're going to do, weekly recap. We recap everything that's happened so far. And today, we're going to re-look at the power tier rankings today with Rossi. Now, let's pull up the standings where all the teams are at this very moment.
Oh boy.
All right, what do you think, Rossi? What's your take of all this? Is this kind of what you expected, or do you see any that like kind of surprise you?
I mean, no, this is kind of expected, but I was hoping, Lord, we should have been there in top 5 or top 6, but unlucky. You know, we'll get there sooner or later. Yeah.
That's confidence. That sounds like confidence to me. We'll get there sooner or later. But what about TLN though? Like, was that expected?
No, like their lock-in performance was really good, to be honest, and I didn't expect, and most of them didn't expect, I guess, to TLN go down like this. I don't know whatever is happening. I'm pretty sure they'll bounce back stronger, but in lock-in they were pretty scary and they're pretty strong. I think they have to rethink their strategies now.
What about RQ? That was a team that a lot of people were kind of dogging on at the beginning of the year. Do you think that they're about where they should be, or how do you feel about them?
I mean, of course, like if you see all the 10 teams are like, they all left their home and came to Korea to play their best game, you know. So everybody's working hard. Nothing should be surprising to anyone, you know. Like, yeah, they might be a weaker team, but they're also working really hard every day to get at the top, right? So we need to respect that, and they're a really good team.
Yeah. I think that is a really good reminder. I mean, even it's tough to be here. Everyone had to uproot to come here to Korea and perform. So everyone's trying really hard. It's great to remember. Let's also talk about our summary of the match MVPs. Now these guys really performed. Paper Thin really loved Bazi. We were like, we should put Rossi, and he's like, no, Bazi.
I mean, Bazi deserves it. Man played like a beast. You remember that split clutch 1v3?
Oh, yeah.
That's insane from the elbow, you know. He saved a couple of rounds, and he's a really great support player, you know. And he steps up when it matters the most.
That's great. Yeah, for sure. Bazi was amazing. Any doubters, any naysayers, you were proven wrong today. Now, let's talk about some of these other guys. What were some of the standout players? I remember King just 2 weeks in a row, just also as a Sentinel, doing very similarly, just clutching those rounds.
I mean, everybody knows Mako is a superstar, you know, so we don't have to. Mako is Mako.
That's enough.
For me, the impressive thing is, you know, I know Lemimore is a really good player, and many of them might not know Lemimore is a really good player and is really sharp. So yeah, I like Lemimore being on there, and King as well, you know, being the pillar of the team. That's how I see. So they both are pretty good.
Yeah.
I said that I thought Elmimore might be the best player on RRQ the first week, and then he like kind of had a bad week, and I was like, uh-oh, and I'm like, yes, he's back, all right.
He's back. I think in that similar fashion, Crow is kind of like that too, because we have a lot of big names on Zeta's side. You got Depp, you got Laz. Crow this week was like really huge in their game against DFM.
Yeah, definitely. Now, last week, we talked about a lot of the knife kill highlights. There's plenty of that last week. This weekend, though, we saw a lot of 2-0 games and a lot of really cool aces. So let's look at the lineups of all the different aces that were happening over the last 3 days.
You
all right, we don't have to see it.
You almost snuck in there today.
Nah, my people are happy if I get 4 kills, trust me.
But, I mean, that's good. Sharing is caring, and I think it's definitely part of the GE spirit. Now, let's talk about this, some of these ace moments. Monyet.
Today.
Whoa. I
was
mean,
it only
how many
no,
faces
twice,
does he have now?
twice.
2?
And I'm sure they're both on split. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Depp's got 2.
Shotgun-ish kills.
Forsaken had 2 in one day.
Yeah, 2 in one day, yeah. With knife kills to add. But yeah, Manya today, I mean, that was like with the classic on the round 1.
Oh my god, we were screaming a lot, you know, me and the coaches were sitting and watching the game, and Manya just like... that's a really good momentum, you know, if your controller is popping off like that and gets an ace on the first round, that will fire up the entire team, you know? Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that was quite a way to start. It seems appropriate that Paper X is up there 3 times and it's Forsaken and Jing.
That's not shocking to anybody.
I mean, yeah, they're the star players of their team. They just, you know, go and kill everyone.
Yep. Depp as well. Yeah, like you guys said, a lot of them are not surprising. A lot of them, as Paper Thin was saying, were players where we were unsure, are they hibernating? Where is the player that we know, like Depp, for example, and then the last 2 weeks they just showed up. Whoa, the camp just went like way to your knees just now. You're like, Clinton's knees are so great.
Yeah, I can't, my knees, oh God.
Okay, now let's talk about some of our... I didn't know you guys were going to show our prediction results.
Oh, no. Yes, show the predictions.
No, it's not like, oh my God.
Oh, not yet? Oh, okay.
All right, first we're going to talk about the aces.
Oh, man, I wanted the predictions.
Not yet, not yet.
Depp is, I mean, again, I talk about him a lot because I've been fortunate enough, to cast him across multiple different games. He's got so much potential, and when he kind of figures himself out, he has such great instincts. He reacts to things so incredibly well. You know, look at the way he plays off this turret. Like, he waits until it activates, and then he's good for the transfer. This is so freaking good. And the way he's, you know, just anticipating people coming at him, I am a huge Depp fan. Always have been, always will be.
That's my team.
Oh, sorry. It's almost over, don't worry.
It's one of those performances. First week against DRX wasn't so hot, but then against GEs, like when he started to feel like, oh no, I need to do something now, and he really just stepped up and did that.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
He didn't do that against us, but it's okay. Really good.
But Depp on Haven, I have to say, is goals. Every time he's on Haven, it's just like, woof, those kills are sick. Do we have any more ace clips? Is that it?
I don't know.
We gotta have more. There's like a lot.
Yeah, there were so many.
Do we have?
Suggest.
This pistol, this ghost.
This was a great round.
I mean, the best part is like he gets one and he's like full flash.
That's so smooth.
He's so smooth.
It's so satisfying to watch.
This was just that one rare moment against Gen G where they actually pushed Gen G to their limit. And then afterwards, what are they doing now?
Well, this is what's so sad about DFM, right? Like, against Gen G, who's like the second best team. Oh, is this today's?
This is your team. This is your team.
This is your team. Now you have something to cheer for.
We call him Demon, you know?
Demon.
D-E-M-O-N, Mon, like Demon. Just change
so
your
good.
name. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So it's not monkey. It's actually short for Mon. Demon. Demon.
I'm gonna use that now. That's really good.
Mon.
Yeah. Thanks for the free casting.
Like a demon.
The free casting material.
All right, we got one more ace clip.
Oh no, okay.
I believe we will be showing. I'm not sure who they're gonna feature.
Which one is this?
Forsaken.
Forsaken. This was disgusting.
Forsaken doing beastie things.
You know what's weird is I rewatched this one when I was doing some VOD review the other day, and they actually ping out Forsaken coming through water there, and they still miss it. I was like, somebody's job like got lost there. Like, yeah, somebody on T1 just like, you know, forgot or something.
Maybe it's too fast for them. I don't know.
Yeah. But they pinged him that he could have been in there, and I don't think they expect him to go all the way through.
Sometimes it gets chaotic, and that's where Paper X thrives, I think.
That's true.
So it's very lovely to see, and it's bringing about a new trend, because Texture did similarly. Like, you know, Jet swapped over to Sentinel, Killjoy. I think that's interesting.
Do you think that's like easy to do as a duelist, like go to Sentinels, or?
I mean, it depends on the play style, on how they like to play, or it comes to the team, or from like what player wants to do what. It's all about, are you comfortable or not? Is this your play style? It all comes down to that, I feel.
Okay.
Now, instead of talking about our predictions, some of us are better. I'm just going to tell you right now, we're not going to show on the screen anymore, but Paper Thin and Achilles are at the top, and at the bottom, it's Quack and myself.
Hey,
look, we just believed in Southeast. Oh, they're going to show it. Oh, God.
All right. Okay, I'm not that.
That was yesterday's DFM.
I was 9-1 after week 1.
That's yesterday's DFM. You know
guys were the only ones
that
I got wrong on week 1,
We keep believing it's Southeast Asia,
yeah.
and then we've been betting on all the Southeast Asian teams, and then I don't know what
it's not just that. I mean, it's like, you know, we know that the other team's going to win, so we want to root for the underdog.
Wow. Wow. That's a nice way to cover it up, though.
It's not, but to be honest, some of them appear to be the underdogs, but we know historically speaking, it's not just a random belief. Historically speaking, looking at how some of these players have been playing, they've been really strong, and Valorant is very unexpected. And Southeast Asia, with their very unpredictable, explosive play versus Korea and Japan, that's what we're kind of betting on. This is,
GE versus DRX was exactly that. Because like GE, we know how unpredictable they can be sometimes. We expected DRX to be like super structured and like double controller, and then Manye comes out of nowhere, pushes it to overtime. Like, that's what
that was cool. That was really cool.
That's why my predictions are at 50%.
Actually, on that note, I think you had a question about Global Esports pistol rounds.
Yeah, because you guys have a very high pistol win rate.
Yeah.
What attributes to that? Like, why does that happen? Is it big roster? And
Erin and Frenzy.
Erin and Frenzy.
If you see most of our pistol round wins, most of the kills is contributed by Erin or the Frenzy by the players. I think those two are the main reason we win our pistol, maybe, yeah.
True. Monyet on the classic now.
Yeah, Monyet on the classic now.
Piece to that puzzle.
Yeah, that was our pocket strat, but he revealed it today. It's fine.
Now, the other thing we've been talking about, we even started our death segment today with your giant roster.
Oh. Maybe didn't have enough seats.
I mean,
we'll just have them stand back here behind us. Like,
it's insane. I mean, okay, how does it work? How do you determine who's playing?
I mean, all the headache falls under Erin and all the three coaches, you know. They have to really watch the games, constantly talk to the players, like which agents are you comfortable with or how you would like to play in the game. You know, it's all about knowing the players and then making the game plan around them with IGL Erin. So it's a lot of headache for the coaches and the IGL because we are a team of 7 players, you know, and all of us are duelists to make us play different agents and also to make us feel comfortable, and we also need to learn a lot of stuff so the game plan works. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of time and a lot of practice, but we've been getting there. Props to the entire team. We all are believing in what we are creating here. Yeah.
Yeah, Paperthin was wondering about your training routine leading up into here, and Jen was also asking you about this. With that in mind, what was your training routine like exactly? What agents were they having you practice when you were solo
If you can share it.
You're allowed to. Yeah.
So when everybody gave, we all got a chance to play every agent. Like, not every agent, it's like two roles. Like, I was given duelist and initiator role to play and, you know, in trials, and all the others were also splitted, you know, like controller, duelist, initiator, controller, like that. And we all saw the results in the scrim, and we all saw how players are comfortable in what agents and what roles, and then we sort of decided. And when I knew my passport is gonna be like, the visa is gonna be delayed, I was like, I didn't attend practice for like 4 days. And then, you know, a lot of people told me like I should attend the practice and watch and learn. And this is the time you need to pick up some brains, you know. So I was like, okay. And coaches also told me to, you know, come to practice, watch games. So you should be ready to step in whenever it's needed and play ranked and be sharp on the game days. So it's like, I just did that, yeah.
On that, coming to Korea, sacrifices needed to be made by each and every one of the team members, some of the talents even, some of the fans and the production. And you said you don't even have any siblings. Like, what were the sacrifices you needed to make to be here?
I mean, you know, living, it's like, so Global Esports is the first team or the only professional organization I ever played, you know, and Global Esports was my first boot camp. So I basically lived there for like 2.5 years. So it's like my second home, and GE is like my second family, you know. So when I'm in India, I can go home whenever I want. It's just like 2 hours away. But right now, it's not the case. And to leave that boot camp and come all the way to Korea, you know, leave my parents, and they don't know what country I'm in. I mean, they do know, but they don't know about how's Korea, you know, what kind of food I'll be eating. Am I okay? Is there someone to take care of me? Am I doing well, eating well, sleeping on time, you know? And I'm also missing the housewarming, which is really important in India. When you buy a new house or build a new house, there'll be a puja. So when you live in that house, everything will go good according to you. Right. So yeah, that's an important puja, and I'm the only son of my house. I need to be there, but you know, tournament, and I decided to stay here. So my parents are missing me, but they're constantly calling me, come back for one day. Like,
You can virtually.
It's a long flight.
It is. And I don't want to miss any more games, so.
Hey, but you know what? You came, you could show mom a win for today.
Yeah, I hope she's watching.
What about Korea itself? Like, what do you like about it being here? To kind of contrast with, obviously you miss home. Not everybody does, but you come here and what are some things you're liking already? You've only been here a short time. Is there any food or like part of the culture you're liking?
For food, I have minimal options because I only eat chicken. So it's fine, but the weather is really nice. The city is really nice, and the place we are living in is absolute. It's like it's always people. It's much like a happening place. So whenever you get bored, you can just go out and have fun. So, but in general, Korea, I like the weather, and I like how people are very quiet and respectful. And I like how nobody break the rules. So, a lot of things. Like to be in Korea, it was my dream since 2017. I was like, one day I'll go there and might be study in Korea or work in Korea. But in terms of Valorant, that's happening. So I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to be here, work here, compete here. That's pretty cool. And by the way, fried chicken Korea is like pretty solid.
I ordered like 4 or 5 times already. So
that's how you know how good it is.
Okay, we have our weekly recap. Tier list.
Here we go.
This was a little bit painful for everyone involved.
This is where we make the fans
the
angry.
audience. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll be reality, guys. But let's talk about this. We got our experts here, and we got our pro player here. Okay, we're gonna go one at a time. We gotta kind of quick fire this because we don't have that much time left. Let's just start with Clinton.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Clinton and go back and forth.
Do I just like move something? Is this because I want to make?
I'll move it for you.
I want to make some fans really mad out the rip.
Oh no!
You're gonna do it.
I gotta do it. I'm sorry. We gotta put this down here. It's just it's unfortunate in a way, but they have regressed as this season has gone on, so they need to be moved down.
We did feature Suggest's cool ace, so that's I think.
Suggest is playing good, but he's on duelist.
Other than that, I think
who would you like
DRX S tier that stays clearly.
So that's your move. Okay.
Rossi?
Me?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you think that needs to be moved?
You know what? Why not? Go for it.
Who needs to be moved?
Oh no.
Yes.
It's a difficult task.
You can move yourself if you want.
Okay. So I would like to, based on our performances, I think.
So humble.
What?
Between A and B?
You guys, when you see him move,
Okay.
he moved his team down.
Okay.
Yeah, we're there.
Okay.
Wow.
It'll go higher, I think, probably.
Wow.
I think you guys are. That's not too far off from where I would have.
Okay, why? Why?
Based on our performances purely, and yeah, of course we want to be in S tier, but you also need to see the reality before you need to, you need to first realize where you are to go where you need to be, right? So according to me, others might have different opinion, but according to me, I think that is where we are. We are like A tier, but slightly B tier also.
So
Man of modesty.
Pragmatic. Okay.
I wonder what your team thinks, but very honorable.
Yeah, it's like, even if you move it. Last time I walked in front of the camera and you could see nothing but my butt. So.
I mean, engagement's gonna go through the roof with that.
I mean, Twitter likes.
Paper thin backside.
Let's move Team Secret. I think like a little bit higher than Global, but not much. Like just a little bit ahead of them.
Like
in
this.
A. Yeah. Not quite S. They can't be an S. But they're starting to slide towards B, so maybe like a little bit down. Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
My move?
Yep.
Just because I'm super biased caster.
Oh God.
HyperX S tier. He's like, oh God.
Oh.
Just because I'm biased.
See,
we'll see what happens.
now I already know where I'm making my like final move. Like it's not
So
even
just so you guys
not even a
know,
question.
each one of these guys gets a final swap. So yeah. Okay.
And I can't move what he moves. So.
You get to go again.
We're putting him on the spot.
This is difficult than my
We never
first game.
told him we were gonna do this.
Oh no.
Go for it.
Just rip off the band-aid.
Just whatever
Let's
you're
do it.
feeling. Whatever you're feeling.
What does your heart say?
Talon.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
Accurate.
Fair.
Okay. That's fair.
Based on the results again.
Yes,
Nothing
yes.
against anyone.
Do you think they're above DFM though?
No, like if you see the games, Talon are like, yeah, they are losing, but they look strong. It's just some
Okay.
of the mistakes.
All I
so I
heard
think
was the
between
first
them.
word. He said no.
So are they the same?
No, let them be there.
Okay, okay.
Let's move our queue up into B. Very
RQ
solid B now.
into a solid B. I'm gonna
They
move
looked
it
a lot
here.
better.
Yeah, they did. They improved a lot.
I'm actually gonna move Talon a little bit lower, just based on performance. And I love you, Talon, but what the?
I
what
didn't
the
do that.
hate?
I didn't do that.
That was me. I get 1 vote. Okay.
Oh boy. Let's see. I think.
Actually, I'm
Yeah,
just
we
gonna,
need
I'm just gonna
Gen
full
G and
move
A,
them. I'm
right?
sorry.
Oh.
I'm just gonna
She's
full
just
move.
keeps making it worse.
I'm so upset
Thailand,
with
oh
Talon.
boy.
I was talking to Maggie
She's
Karp also
half-time
from
too.
Talon. We were like,
It's
what is
true.
going on?
We love talent,
Look.
but.
They've won 0 maps. I don't one map. So
Oh yeah, they won.
yeah.
Eh.
Yeah, it's okay. There's a couple weeks left.
All right, they're playing Zeta next week. We'll see what happens. Speaking of Zeta, let's bump them up into A tier. I like Depp. He's been doing well. I hope
What
to
is
see
going
more.
on in C tier? Like nobody's
We're gonna
in
have to
there.
move stuff
I
around.
know. This is, we're gonna like a whole tier that's empty.
All right, next.
I'll
me again?
No,
Do you have
no, no.
something in
I'll
mind?
dive on this
Okay,
one. Don't
okay,
worry,
yeah,
I got
alright.
this.
Oh,
Let's move T1 down to.
He's like relieved.
Rossi's face is like, please, I'm never doing
Please
this
someone
again.
else do
I
this.
never did this, you know.
Okay,
This is our job, right? B tier for T1 now.
Yeah, I
They're
think
they're regressing. I mean, obviously, I didn't expect them to be Gen G, but they lost a lot worse than I thought they would.
We haven't moved Secret and Gen G.
No, I
I
moved
actually
Secret.
think-
I
Oh,
moved
Secret.
Secret.
All right, yeah.
Gen G needs to go up into S.
I actually think
I'm just gonna
T1
make that
belongs to
decision
C,
for you.
but that's just me.
Okay.
Sorry, where do you want to go? Whose turn is it? Okay.
There's
quick.
Gen G has to move. That's the
Gen
last
G.
one,
Okay.
and it has to go.
I get to choose.
Yeah, it's your
Yeah,
turn.
you can choose. Fine. You know what?
Gen G. Yeah, let's keep Gen G A tier.
What?
We'll see if they beat DRX next week. Then okay,
What is this?
You move them A S
They're
tier.
fair.
All right.
Sure,
we got
but
the final swaps. Each of you guys get one final swap.
want you to swap?
If you want. If
right.
you want, you can pass.
Do you want to go first? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, what's it gonna be?
It's a pure confidence
All right.
and the trust in my team.
Oh, he's playing mental.
All right.
Oh, mental gets with you guys. All right. Okay.
Me?
Okay. Yep.
Oh, this
You
is-
can't move any of the final swaps, so you can't move.
Yeah, no,
G.
I won't move
Yeah.
G.
You know what
I
he's gonna
wanted. I mean,
move.
yeah. I mean, I'm
Nobody
moving.
knows that.
Do it
No, but
already.
he put me in a really rough spot because there's 2 moves I want to make. I
Talk
want to
us
move
through
Gen
it.
G up to S. That is the more important move.
Okay. What was the
Gen
other
G.
one you were
He's
thinking
I was
about?
gonna move Paper X down.
Paper X again.
Oh.
Gen G up to S. That's the more important move here.
Oh man. Okay.
That's much more important.
Yeah. I
True.
guess so.
All right. So I guess it's up to me.
Yeah, go
Yep.
ahead.
Let's move Paper X down a little bit.
What? You had your own pick.
You guys
I
are
know it's
so
my own
make
pick.
up your mind.
Everybody's confused.
I'm being honest, right?
Put them outside, yeah. They're outside.
Where do you want to put them?
They're in a different world.
Where do you want to put them?
Wait,
You put them in S.
Yeah, he had him in S.
But where
I
do you
have them in
actually
S.
want them? Where do they really belong?
right
so
now,
far?
okay, off of last week, I think A tier. We upgrade them from B to A tier.
Okay, so A tier. Okay.
You guys are
Someone's
weird.
gotta go C, right though?
This is like sort of like the game
we-
just now. It's like a lot of fake outs
Can we
and
like
everything.
put like T1 and like a little bit of C just to
Yeah,
to
you know what?
C feels
I'm gonna
empty?
give-
Feel alone.
I'm gonna give myself a vote here,
Oh, there
and
you
I'm
go.
moving them
Okay,
to.
okay.
Yeah. So this is the weekly recap tier list, week 4. This does change every 2 weeks. Don't freak out, okay? We
Or do.
Yeah, we recap on this depending on the performance and VCT Pacific. Yeah, we had a lot of back and forth, but you could see that we're a little bit unsure with some of these teams and exactly how they're going to be placing. Yeah, so let's talk about the schedule for next week. Shall we? Are you guys satisfied with this tier list?
Huh?
Yeah,
Okay, right? We're
good
okay?
enough.
Pretty satisfied.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're okay. Kind of. These things are tough to discuss. In the meantime, you guys can see the VCT Pacific schedule changes. Again, you guys cried out, and we heard, or someone up above and high above in Riot heard your cries and said, we will change the time to 1 hour earlier on Saturdays and Sundays so you can enjoy an earlier night. And same thing on Monday, a little bit later, because it's only one game, one match. Sometimes it ends a little faster if it's a 2-0 like you guys did today.
Yeah. I mean, Riot is really good at this, you know. Every time they hear a feedback and they make the change. I like this about Riot.
Yeah,
and they're
you're
always
right.
active on Twitter, listening to the people, listening to the community. This is something I really love about Riot.
Yeah. No, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And exactly. I think it's really about the community, right?
Yeah.
Super Week again, it's also going to start 1 hour earlier. Super Week is in mid-May, so that's not quite yet. We have a few weeks to go. Now let's talk about next week's matches. You guys are going to face off Paper Rex
That's
first
the first
thing
one
on
already.
Saturday. And I know Jen asked you a bit about this. What's your, like, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? I have so many questions, but...
Feeling normal. You know, it's not like nervousness or something, or it's not like overconfident, like, yeah, we're going to beat Paper X. It's nothing. I'm just going to decide what happens on the game day. I'm going to take it as round by round, map by map. Nothing, yeah.
I just want to say, I'm just so happy, like, that you guys played really well today. And, like, not only that, but, like, you guys are, like, shuffling so many players and stuff. Like, that's so hard to do. I don't think people can even, like, understand at home how very few teams can do that and make it look good. Like you guys
It's
did.
great to adapt.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
that's very, very admirable. But let's talk about Gen G DRX.
Oh,
you
I'm
put them
excited
both
for that
next tier, right? Everyone is.
But DRX is like SS tier. Like if there was another tier above
God
that,
tier.
yes, they are in their own tier.
No, we need to make a DRX tier.
Oh.
Honestly.
Can they just drop a map already?
No,
No.
they won't. Look, guys, they don't drop maps against like again TNL, which is where a lot of these players are coming from Gen G, from the old sister team of DRX. So the coach as well. I don't know what to tell you. They've never beat them. They've tried. It's never happened.
They almost lost Split to Global.
Yeah, actually, it was
so
Global. I wish.
My team is
Gen G
good.
doesn't like Split either, though, so I don't know. They like the same maps because they're so similar in their mindset.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting, similar Asian comps and map picks from both of those teams. What's the one match you guys are all looking forward to the most before we close out?
DRX versus Gen G. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for me, actually, T1 RRQ. I think they're very similar in their power rate, like we have on the board. But I think like that one is going to really tell me where both those teams are actually at. Like, because T1 went against Gen G, and I don't think that to me is indicative of how good they really are. And RRQ, if they can keep this upward trend, then they might actually beat T1. So I'm really excited about that match, and that could have huge playoff implications.
Absolutely. Like you said, they're kind of fighting for that 6th place spot at the moment for leading into playoffs. And yourself, Quack?
Honestly, well, why not say Talon Zeta? Because Talon haven't been doing well so far. Hopefully, maybe they'll improve. I think Zeta can kind of afford to take a loss. They're doing pretty well right now. So
Zeta can sometimes come out and really not play well.
Let's see what happens with that
true.
one, right? If they can be consistent or not, and Talon at the same time, maybe they can rise up in that tier list. Because right now it's
Zeta is a roller coaster. They are so up and down.
Yeah. They keep your emotions just like.
Of course, Paper X Global. That's just toss that out again.
I mean, I think a lot of people are excited for the Paper X Global game. I would like to move Talon out of this tier, so I hope we'll see how that goes with Zeta next week. You guys have one last look at the tier list.
Screenshot,
take a screenshot.
tweet it, tell us how we're wrong.
No.
Yes, exactly. If you want to tell us,
they're already doing that.
If you want to tell us how wrong or how right any of us are, do post your comments, hashtag VCT Pacific on Twitter. And you could tell us your thoughts on anything, on life, I don't know, but the new timings that Riot has changed for you. Anything you want to say about Pacific. My socks, I got corgi socks today. I got corgis.
Those are adorable.
That's so nice.
Thank you.
SK Rossi's
Thanks. I should start like just selling like socks or merch or something.
Anything, just tweet.
Yeah. So thanks so much for joining today's weekly recap, Rossi.
Thank you for having
Super
me.
Kid Rossi.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to be here.
Yeah. Welcome to Korea.
Thank you.
Also, what a freaking debut.
Yeah, we won our first game.
Congrats. All right, guys. Thank you, Paper Thin and Quack, for joining us today. I'm Victoria. See you guys next week for another weekly recap on week 5. See you then for VCT Pacific.
'cause we found love.